No, not really. But we'll go on in, Stoney. I mean, the automated messages on like socials are getting out right now at 4:20, so they are exactly at 4:20 in the timestamps. But in order for me to be live and kind of ready when everyone comes in and starting at 4:20, you know, I press early. I press early. That's what I do. Yeah, we'll call it. I haven't tried it yet. I have kept myself out of the testing loop. I just saw that Cursor has it with uh, 4 times the token usage. So if you usually had 500 fast requests in Cursor for regular models, regular ask, regular things, and then you switch to Claude 4, you're using 2 times. So you technically only have 250. And so now, with 4 times for this one, we are basically getting 125 tokens things. Um, so it just so bad. Yeah, but like $20 is nothing. I'm really happy that I'm in the legacy plans, I would say, because goddamn, I would hate my bank account right now based on the amount of fucking requests I do on the daily. So, yeah, but I haven't tried 5, not yet. It's just not worth it right now. I think it would be worth it in some specific cases, and that makes sense. But right this instant, I feel like if I were to change model and switch to a different model while doing the coding of things, I'm gonna end up with a lot of issues. So, uh, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all, to be honest. Um, What I do like though is the open models. I forgot their fucking names, but the two real open models that you can run on your machine, like the 120 billion parameters and the 20 billion. So 120 gigs of RAM and 20 gigs of RAM, basically, if you want to quantify them this way. That could be available on your machine. That's basically the models. I do think that this is pretty nice. Because like you just put it on your fucking machine and then you're gone. You're done. You don't need to do anything with it. So I like that. I like that a tad better. But we'll see. We will see. It doesn't necessarily mean that things are going to be going in that direction in the future. I mean, we'll see. What the fuck is this? Sorry, I just saw something. I just see something that is not supposed to be here. Like that thing is not supposed to be here. I understand why it's there, but it's not supposed to be here. It's there. It's that toolbar thing, but it's not supposed to. It's, ah, that's where we are. I'm fighting with the location services right now. That's the situation, um, and I'm gonna explain what I'm trying to build because that makes more sense. I think. I don't know. Um, So in this thing, I first of all, I kind of shared the app icon on Twitter and on Threads. The only feedback that I had was from Twitter, someone that said that they don't really like this one, and they do like the. I, why am I talking out of my ass right now without really showing you what I'm talking about? It's right there. It's right in front of you. Oh, in front of me. So the only re reply that I had was they like this one and this one. I don't like the. I like this one in black and dark mode because it's pretty cool. The light mode is too subtle to be visible. Am I on the wrong fucking screen? Yes, I am. Um, yeah, this one, the light mode is a bit too subtle for my taste, and so they like the first one and the third one, and currently we're on the second one, and I'm thinking about having these two potentials. I like them a lot. I like the way that they are presented in circles. So for like Vision Pro, this is really, really good. The reason is because the app is called Preview, and if you haven't get that, I know that on Wednesday we had Chris asked if I had the name. I had the name. I just didn't have the domain. So now that I have the domain, I'm good. I can talk about it. um, but yeah, like I really like these because of the P and the spray, but I really like these because of the abstraction and how it looks. So I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. I can't make it bigger. But yeah, like these are really, really cool. That gradient is really interesting as well. I kind of wanted to have a bit more green inside of this, and then I removed it. But maybe I will have a bit more green in it. Anyways, that's where the things happen. So going back to this, right now I have a bit of an issue with the location services. If you look at my clock at the top, you can see that right now I am checking my location. If I move to another page, the location services are supposed to be kind of hidden or they work, but they are not, like they are in the background. If I go back, I'm gonna have I'm supposed to have the location check that happens every time I reopen the uh, the homepage, which makes absolutely no sense to me. So right now, I'm trying to make sure that it's checks only once every hour, I think. Um, but I kind of need to have the temperature at times, like officially. So yeah, that's what I'm fighting with today. It's been it's been a while, or a wild section thing on today's fights. I try to have my notification work, but they don't work. Like technically, the notification that I'm receiving right here is supposed to um, navigate me to the right page in the app, and it doesn't do it yet. I can't figure that one out. Um, the routing system that I have in place is not good enough for my taste and for the notification taste either. Even though it is something that is supposed to be native to iOS based on the documentation that I read. So I don't know. I'm doing something wrongly, which makes sense. But that's where we are. And weirdly enough, I'm going to say that now, the light mode of the app is growing on me a bit more than the dark mode. So yeah, that happens. We'll see. But I like it more. I don't think you can see the details on stream. I'm looking at my phone right now. Yeah, you can't see shit. You can't see anything. It doesn't matter. But yeah, that's the current situation. I do like most of the thing that I've put in place. We had a massive crash last time where I couldn't remove entries. Now that's a thing that I can do. And I've had a user testing session with someone that is a collector, a perfume collector, so that I could have like a good feedback on things. There are some features that I need to put in place to make sure that it convert the perfume collector crowd, and I might. It's just hard. Um, I have the button right there, but right there at the bottom. But that's all I have right now. So basically, what they are saying is that they need, as their level, because they are a collector and they are receiving a ton of perfumes, they are already tracking their collection. They need an import option so that they can export their CSVs with the Google Sheet thing that they have, and then import it in the app and have basically every notes that they have given, every uh, tested, untested, every name, every locations, if that's a thing. And that's a lot of stuff to define. But I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if that's an option. Um, but yeah, that's the current situation. We had a bit of an issue with that. I tried, it failed, obviously, and now I'm doing more stuff, and it's good. The location services is mostly for me. I think most people will not really use that, and most people don't have the personal issue that I have, as in, uh, as someone that lives between multiple countries, that's my plan, right? Living half of the year in France, half of the year in Japan. The perfume community in Japan would not like, or not the perfume community, the Japanese people in general, the Japanese trains and companies wouldn't like the perfume that I'm wearing today, for example. Like, that's not something that I would need to take with me on a trip. I wouldn't take that. I would take most of my clean fragrances, the one that are like uh, low in scent, kind of fresh, kind of clean, not disturbing the peace situation. And so if I have a specific collection, right, and I'm moving to Japan for 6 months, I don't want the app to give me recommendation of things that would be culturally wrong to wear in Japan. So that's why I'm working on the location. That's why I'm fighting with it, because it needs to be perfect. Like, I don't have it another option. It needs to work flawlessly, and that, you know, the app knows. Have a good barbecue. That's nice. Yeah. I mean, if you come back later and I'm still alive, that happens at times. Yeah. But have fun. Have fun with your barbecue. That's pretty nice. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you soon. Get off your screen. Get off your GPT-5. But yeah, so that's the main reason why I'm working on that today, at least. I kind of reworked the messaging situation to get something that is a bit more straight to the point. I don't know if you I don't know if you remember this. Can I find this? Um, yeah, this is that's the wrong button again. God damn. This is a very, very old app that was called the fucking weather, and it Chris will call it. And it was the most straight to the point weather app where, you open the app, it's just it's fucking nice. Or it's fucking raining. And it's raining as fuck. Like these types of situations, which makes a lot of sense. And we love this thing. That's the type of situation that I want to have in the app on my side. Not exactly with the fucking. I mean, I do love the fucking, but like getting straight to the point, or as straight to the point that I can do here, to make sure that the user knows exactly what can happen. So something like the date, I don't know, and then what they are wearing, what is the recommendation on the homepage would make a lot more sense. But yeah, you're right. We'll call it. Oh, God damn. How are you? How's everything? So yeah, so that's the current thing. I have some ideas. As you cannot see, you cannot see that. As you can't see right now, that's really good. That's a very, very good thing for me. Um, and so as you can see right here, the main card is a main card, and what I'm thinking about is basically getting a main card that is linked to the message in a way that makes more sense. Like these three buttons are right here for me to test right now, but they are going away. That's for sure. Like they are noise for no fucking reason. Um, the add button might be something that I re-add at the top so that it matches. Right, you have one here, you have one here as well, so that users kind of understand how the app is structured, and that kind of makes sense. But that um that's the thing. Yeah. Anyways, so my idea right now is to get the app specifically um inside of this thing. Did I say the app? The card. God damn it. The recommendation card in the text. Maybe something like we talked about it last time. Um and Chris, I'm gonna answer that question right after because I have a lot of things to talk about on that specific topic. If we go into portfolio, I'm thinking potentially, even though I don't like it, but I'm thinking potentially having something like this where you would have good morning perfume bottle name seems to be pretty good for today. Something like this. I tried to make an extraction of the perfume bottle as stickers. The main idea for me on this one was to get or at least to try to get something similar to Capword representation. We talked about it before. So base that's new. When you have these stickers, you take a picture and then it creates a sticker automatically. Um, that is the type of thing that I would love to implement in a way. Like get my perfume, extract the bottle itself, and then get like a sticker of it so that I can have said sticker in something like this. Like that's to me that seems like a good idea. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Nonetheless, this thing is so good. It's probably gonna happen at some point. Anyways, back to this. Um, so yeah, other than that, the current thing today has been a day where I've been screaming to myself, make it function, make it function first. Stop trying to make it design because I've been moving things, adding small details here and there just because, designer ass. Being like, oh yeah, if I had like a small border around the button to make it like kind of, glassy, yeah, maybe. And it makes no sense. I need to stop doing that. So yeah, that's today has been like a really really hard time of make it fucking work, and then you can do the rest. But right now, you need the functionality first. It needs to work. So that's where we are on this right now. It's okay. It's not good, but it's okay. Um, and so yeah, it needs to function. There is like I have so many design ID that I want to have, but I'm like, if I start doing it, I am never gonna send the app live as soon as I need it to be. And I would rather have the functionality working and like set in stone kind of thing, and then just play in Xcode and make sure that I have the design set up. that makes more sense. To answer your question, and we're gonna need to go into TikTok. Um, I've been so since basically here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm wrong. Uh, 9 days overall. 9 days of posting. Every time I'm seeing my face on my own phone, I'm like Nickelback looking ass. Like that's very basically the same fucking haircut and things. It doesn't matter. Not a lot of views, but a lot of activity today. I had this person basically trigger flow play. That's very French. A lot of comments and feedback from the rest of the community. So basically, what she did, or I don't know what happened really, but like they found the app and the first video, and then they replied to something, and they decided to tag 12 people on their first message or second message, and then on another video they tagged 16 other people. So these things have been getting like the most positive reviews of love the ID, looks like a great thing. This is exactly what we need. This is genius, and then having like question when is this available and so on. So there is a demand for this whole thing, which is really good. Um, Again, right now it's like 20 people at most, so that's not much. But for 9 days of sharing videos and things, that's pretty good. These two have been comments reply from that first person, which is pretty good. This is something that helps engagement in other things. You can see that both of them are like 118. Um, so that happens. But yeah, that's pretty good so far. I think overall it is well received. And as I said in the first Monday, on Monday, because I started talking about it here on Monday. Uh, right now, the fact that the app that I'm having or creating is not something that exists, or at least it doesn't exist as I'm doing it in a way. So that seems to be pretty good. The one of them have been saying um, this, like this is the gap in the market right now that they are needing to be filled. So that's really good. And then someone else said that they had uh, many spreadsheets already that they needed to fill out and that they forgot about and so on. So uh, there is a need for this, which is good. That's a good thing on my side. Um, and I haven't touched Reddit yet. So that gives you I would say that probably gives you a massive idea of the potential reach that I have. And again, going back to last week, by doing these and these videos, making sure that I'm talking about it as early as I can to showcase the content, showcase the progress, showcase the new features, and getting feedback from the people that are watching the videos as early as I can, it means that I'm building a following on that app specifically that will then convert to something else. I'm getting that same example because it just makes sense, but can getting 1,000 users on the first 2 weeks is because I talked about it on Threads. That's the reason. Um, and so now that I'm talking about it on TikTok mainly because of video, I should just post the videos on Threads, that's for sure. I'm getting some traction. So yeah, to answer the question, that was how's the feedback on in social media for my app ID? It's pretty good. It's pretty positive. It is pretty positive. Also, your own. Good job on your first week. congratulations. I saw that you have started to post things work related on LinkedIn. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I think you posted something, um, or you liked something or reposted something that was from a company, and that it looked like, yeah, um, yeah, uh, you were on my feet. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, that that exact thing. Um, so yeah, so that's the I could. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I could talk about it on LinkedIn. Again, I don't like LinkedIn, so I probably won't. But yeah, the more views I'm getting, views, I hate this. The more people that are reached by the fucking app as an ID, the better potential I have in being financially free. Again, this is the goal for me for this is going to be a one-time payment. I don't want a subscription for this. It makes no sense to have a subscription for this thing. Um, and yeah, yeah, it's not bad. It's just fun to have this happen. Um, no, do you watch Linus Tech Tips LTT on YouTube? Are you one of the people that watch? I am, but I just want to ask because they have a rule on uh, probation members, right? When they have a new employee, the employee's in probation for like 3 to 6 months. That's the legal right, whatever. And what they do is for the first 3 to 6 months, where the employee's in probation, they are not on camera. If they happen to be in a room, there is a shoot that happens, their face will be blurred and their voice will be changed. And the reason for that is if that probation doesn't turn good, you don't have to scrape the videos with that user in, with that person in. I'm saying users because I'm talking about users all day. So that is one of the thing that I'm like, well, if you already on week one on a picture with the teams, they, but I get it. I mean, it's always good to get pictures with the teams and then post them. Endless. Oh, it's not a you thing; it's a them thing. So for LTT specifically, the reason for that is that because of the highest level of notoriety and people that knows about LTT and the Linus Media group um, thing, if that person was to then get fired after 2 months and then decide to use that video as marketing for themselves as, oh yeah, I worked at LTT and you can see me in that video, that's the thing that they don't want to have. So, that's a thing. Yeah, that's sad. Why did you do that? Um, but yeah, that's a small detail. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, so we are there at least for now. On the morning, I was working on the algorithmic section, which is the reason of today's title, because everything is a fucking switch case and an enum, and that's all it is. Um, Nothing else. So, where is this thing? Right about here. So, I'm not going to zoom in too much because it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I now have a whole system where I have a recommendation Um, and I mean, a recommendation system and other things in the app, which contains the weather related information, the user preferences based on past interactions with perfumes, the season in which we are on. I don't really. I took it because someone talked about it in the user that I talked with. Um, I I know that Cat, for example, doesn't really think it was a good thing or a good idea, and I kind of agree with that statement, mainly because the fact that it's like rainy in summer or rainy in fall or rainy in winter doesn't change much in terms of perception of perfumes. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. And then the thing that I'm fighting with right now is the fucking location services. But yeah, what are you thinking of? What are you thinking of? So yeah, so that thing right now is kind of broken. It's okay, but it's fine. I mean, I could have done that better. I need to reorganize these things to make sure that they make sense, and I also need to delete that two-day view thingy, so it's gonna be like a bit of an easier version later. Um, but yeah, 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 do that. I mean, again, the reason why I'm doing this thing is because I have so much testers on this side of my house that I need a way to remember if I like them, if I didn't like them, and so on. And so the current state of things for how things are looking and just being like, eh, I can just have a note taking app, then have a new note, create a note, and then have the information, and then be done. The main issue with that is that it doesn't really capture anything that I would like to have, and I think I obviously I'm biased on this thing. I do think that I had a good idea. Oh, oh. But if I'm here and I'm currently testing Bois Cigar, which is one of the one that I do like, and still strong, and I still like it a lot. uh, like that type of thing. I know wear it again. It's gonna be a 5 out of 5, and it's kind of strong, but it's not like beast mode like the beginning. And so that's really good for me to get then my recommendation. Um, I I tapped the thing, it didn't go. To then go into the perfume itself and just look at my timeline and say, oh, cool. So that is how I perceived the thing when I sprayed it in the morning, and then when something happened, and then at the end of the day, so that I have like this timeline thing, which is basically going up, and I have this. That's the main ID. The other one, I don't know if Paragon has it. No, it doesn't. Um, some of the other places that I have things is because right now, for example, let's say I'm here, and let's say I'm wearing this today. So I'm pressing the button that is in the center, right about here, and I'm saying I'm wearing that today. It's going to count as a wear on top of the current perfume uh, timeline. So I had that timeline, which is really bad because it's wrong data. And then I'm wearing it today, so I'm adding some stuff. And the ID at the end, as I said, is to potentially get like a recap, I guess, of the grades that I gave or of the text that I have written. It's going to be kind of complicated. Um, but yeah, having some overall review of the perfume at the top saying like, well, that's how you perceived it, and it makes sense. So like that's the idea. Um, Are you sure that the 1001 app that already exists don't do what you want to do? Because if they already do, I don't think it's going to be um, motivating for you to figure things out. Because uh, if you know that, as you just said it, like the fact that there is already 1,000 apps that do the same thing, or at least in your head, that's the case, it means that this is what is in your head right now, which implies that your perception of the thing that you are building is why am I doing this? This app that I know already does the thing, and and you will probably lose interest. Whereas, again, on this one, for example, I haven't found anything when I looked for, and I tried like 16 apps. Um, I haven't found anything that had this ability, that had these option of saying, "Oh, you want specialized dictionary, specialized content for you that is fed to you, and that you don't have to go look for." Most of these things already exist, right? The business-related dictionary already exists in Anki. By someone else that has created it for you, but then you need to fetch the right thing, implement it in Enki, make sure that it's formatted how you like it. If it's not, you need to go inside of that deck and tweak the things and then be done, whatever. It's a lot of work. Whereas here, it's just, oh, the app already provide me with business related content. Therefore, if I just want to practice this, I can just do that. Um, so that's I would say that's the first thing. The second thing is if it already exists, you will lose interest for sure. But eh, I don't know. Um, I have concept. Going back to your question of do you start building with a launch name? I have concept of a name. I have concept of a plan. I have concept of a name in the beginning based on the subject. So can I can do that. Can is can for time as jikan. Jikan is the characters for the time that is elapsed, and it's basically repetition. Because this is a repetition based app, it makes sense. Cat, fine, what on it? So right, that is the name that I had in the beginning, and it made sense in my head. Technically speaking, it's supposed to have um, only one N, but the name already exists on the App Store, so I couldn't use one N, so I had to use two. Technically speaking, when you are typing in the Japanese keyboard in Romaji, if you want to get that N shape, my bad, there, N shape, that's the N. The Roman keyboard is NN. You tap twice and then you get the letter. You get that letter specifically. So with that in mind, if I'm really writing can in the Romaji keyboard, it's going to be KANN. So that made sense. But it is tied to the app and what it's doing. That's the first thing. For this one, which is called Prefume, it is in my head, and whether I had it in mind is my dyslexia is kind of funny, and perfume and prefume is basically you switch two letters. But that's kind of dyslexic brain shit. I mistyped. That happens. It's also like memorable-ish. But then, while I was thinking about it, I wanted to build it because I needed to know what were my preferences when I have fragrances and things. And so, preference and perfume, you do pre-fumes, and then you have perfumes, preference in perfume. So that's the tagline, that's the name, uh, that's the ID, and it came in the very beginning. Before I locked it in, uh, and said, "Oh yeah, let's go for that." I just went on domain name and just made sure it was available, because if it wasn't, I would have needed to change. The same thing happened here, for example.
Mom!
Mom with three O's, which was the initial thing, dot design. That is true. So that's one of the thing and one of the reason that things happen. If you go back into um, here and there specifically, um, travel 333 or T3 or 333 dot travel is it came in an ID and then it evolved in something a bit greater than what it was, and it still is coming from um, how I want it to be. Involved is really complicated to get the domain of involved. The combination of the names that, you know, I can't explain it. Uh, if I explain it, I'm gonna release the things. Um, Air is another ID that now not really work or couldn't really work, and also air.com or air.app already exists. That was kind of scraped. Gaku doesn't exist, but Migaku exists. That's a bit annoying. Subtrack is also something that doesn't exist but could be added. Wiki is also something that makes sense, and I think that's about it in terms of the names that I had here. So this Wiki is, or Wiki is for widgets. That makes sense. Subtract is a subscription tracker. Gaku is an online class platform. Air was something that you don't know about just yet. Involve is something that you don't know about just yet. And like that, names to me are kind of easy, but that's because I've been doing that for a long time. And yes, I do know that agency, that Asia travel thing. I looked at it because again, when I looked at the fucking domain, they had it. I couldn't take it. I have something else though. But yeah, if you are solving something and you just want something that is memorable, that would work. The easiest name is usually the one that will be the most memorable for most people. The thing that popped into your head the first time might not be the right solution forever, but it might be the right solution for right now. And so the other experience and related stuff that I was talking about last month, 2 months ago, in my previous startup, we had the idea of pivoting the entire company into something new related into brainstorming. And when we talked about that, I said, well, we need to name this thing brainstorm, because when we are talking about it, we are doing a brainstorm. We are creating a brainstorm session, not a brainstorming session. No, we are shutting things down. Obviously, at that time, I was already in Japanese culture type of things, and they shorten the names of stuff really quickly. And brainstorm in Japan is a brainstorming session. That's how they talk about it. So they said no, and then we presented the names, and then weirdly enough, brainstorm is the thing that won at the end because it was the most straight to the point. Domain is available, and we could just do that. So that's the thing. That's an idea. The most important thing I would say for you would be to ensure that the thing that you are solving if it's a solving problem type of situation. Um, yeah, um, you could you could just combine things like again perfume and preference and perfumes. It's just it makes I mean to me it makes sense. If you are looking into um, flavors of beers, I don't know, something that gives the user recommendation about beers and the creation of beers. Maybe there is a name in there. Maybe there is a component of the name your app yeast. No, but you know, like bubbles. It could be interesting to get like a name that is related to the subject really quickly. You said that it's a waste of time and it's a waste of your time that already has happened. I don't know about that. It depends. Um, yeah, that is really interesting. It's really similar to what I mean, really similar from the first sentence, uh, from what Robin Spy was trying to do with the Almanac of Gardening. It's been a while. We haven't had updates because there is a lot of other things that happens, but that's a thing that was in the work. We have some stream VODs on YouTube that exist that are about the entire website. So if you want to take a look, that could happen. Um, but yeah, the last thing that you said in that first sentence of I just wanted to make an app that looks good and not ugly as shit is a valid reason to build something. Again, designer, absolutely not biased when it comes to design decisions, but it is a valid thing. So if you really think that the current state of most of the apps that you are seeing, the 1,000 apps that you have said, or they already exist, um, but they look like shit and they piss me off. Valid reason. Valid reason to just go into that and build something. Um, the most important thing, if it's a project that you are building, make sure that it's for yourself, which is the thing that you have in your second sentence, right? Most people to help yourself and not get about doing your gardening things, which is a valid thing, right? Most people might forget in the beginning and then it becomes a habit and then the app is useless. But if you want to get into gardening and you want to not forget and you want to know when you planted this thing, what cycle they are on, are we going to harvest soon? Is it going to be ripe for the potatoes, for example, soon enough or something? I don't know. I don't have everything in my head. I need the book, so I'm opening the book. I'm looking at the things. So the potatoes is like 3 months after you planted them. Fine, cool, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. If you have an app that just gives you a bit of a notifications that says, well, right now you planted that this day, you have roughly 2 weeks, and then minus plus 1 week. Take a look. Maybe it's good. Maybe you can harvest your tomatoes. That's going to be pretty useful. So yeah, do that. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. It's going to be useful. It's going to be good. And there is a ton of options. As you just said, there are already gardening apps for sure. Um, but I have doubt that they are, as you said, good looking, and maybe this um, is bad looking to you. You know, like maybe it's fine, but also goddamn. Maybe you like. Let me go into mobile because it's going to be easier. This one it was pretty nice. Maybe you like this one, and it doesn't exist. Like that's just a mockup for Dribble, and they don't have this thing that exists. So you can take that as a potential. But this is not like gardening. This is more grocery shopping based on the pictures that I'm seeing. So, yeah, like again, really, if there is something that you think could be better designed, and Dribble is taken as mostly conceptual, and I will take them as mostly conceptual. And as yourself, if I'm you, not the case, but if I was you, I'm looking at this for reference purposes, I would take that for reference purposes. And so, with that in mind, just getting in there and taking a look at what exists, what has been created by designers, I can take IDs like, oh, what is this thing? And then you can just use your iPhone camera with the built-in um, right picture recognition thing that is from iOS that you can use, uh, that you don't need to do anything about, and it will help you as like a feature that is in your gardening app. Just because it's right there, it's an option. You know, you press the button, you have the option. I wish I could just show you that, but I don't think I mean, I think I can, but I'm gonna need to check that in a way that is more discreet than what I had in mind a second ago. Let me check that. Do I have? Do I have? That's my face. That's my ass. Sorry, you can't see my ass. Apologize. Apologize. Um, dang. But this is a native thing on iOS. You probably know. You have the tiny eye thingy right there. If you click on it, you get the information, and you have a lookup, and that's it's a margarita. It's a daisy, and it's right there. Um, if I go into, I don't know, this thing, what is it? That is a damask rose. I didn't know that this was a damask rose. That's interesting. That's pretty good to know. You know, like that type of thing. This is built in on iOS. You don't need to do anything. You just wait for this thing to pop in, and then when it's the fucking leaf, you're like, oh, never heard of this. Never heard of that name. Didn't know that this was the name. Now I know. That's not bit iOS. That's been in there since iOS 16. It's the same thing as um, like the tag. You probably know that, or maybe you don't. I don't have any of these, um, but it's not. It's I mean it's been in there for a while. Like the laundry symbols things. The the laundry lens, like that thing, for example, this is an app that is specific, but it is built in on iOS nowadays. Um, they have, if you take the picture of a tag like this, they will have the same teeny tiny eye thingy. And then you have the laundry care option that is built in your iOS systems. And it's just like, oh yeah, well, so with that laundry care that you have right here, it's explaining exactly that it's a 40 watch, do not bleach, and then no tumble dry, and then ironing at max 110. That's everything that is right here. You know, like it's built in. And they have the same thing for the plants, they have the same thing for animals, they have built in. So yeah, not a not a bad option, not a thing that you cannot do. And again, this is like, I don't know if it exists. I don't care. Nonetheless, this is pretty good for you to get like inspiration and references of some concept and potentially existing apps that you could just use. But then again, maybe you are right here and you're like, yeah, I don't I don't know. I like it, but I don't like it. Something is wrong. Something is good. Something is bad. Something whatever. That happens often. Sometimes it's a me thing, but not today.
すみません、お兄ちゃん。これはシ
TD,
ースですか？
hi, welcome back. Welcome back. How are you? Yeah, it's not me. I am unstable today. That's wild. Stable. I am breaking stuff, yeah. Obviously. I'm building a new app. Since the last time you've been here. I'm building a new one. So the can is available, released on Android, on iOS, um, on iPad. It's kind of broken, but it exists. Weirdly enough, on Vision Pro as well, built for iPads, and on Mac OS, but it's built for iPads, so it's kind of broken. It kind of crashes at times. Nonetheless, it's released. It has new dictionaries, new actions, new uh, data, new stuff. That's the wrong button. And it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Obviously, I'm biased. Um, what do you mean? Try again. You worked. Don't die on me. So this is there. It works. Panda code. Hi, what going? It's not blacklisted. It's just 18 plus listed because you need to be 18 plus to be in there. Well, come on in. Thanks a lot for clicking on the stream and chatting. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Usual questions. Welcome on in. All right. Um, have a good grocery shopping list thingy, and we'll see you later probably. So this is now available. It's much better than stuff. It has a way better structure in terms of the question system and the space repetition system in there. Yeah, space repetition system. So that's pretty good. And then on top of that, I have this thing, which is now splitting the progress per category. So because radical is green, it looks like shit, but that's on me. That's my fault. That's me. My fault. But yeah, you have your mastered, currently learning, and unmastered thing. And then from there, if you click on things, you get some analytics data. Hmm. That's released in the latest drop, which is really good. And with the latest option of the app as well, we have like travel dictionary and video game dictionaries, which have been added. We do like both of these. Specifically, the travel dictionary, I think it's going to be the most useful for beginners, specifically beginners that are going to Japan and just need like a list of content that's going to give them that is broken. That's going to give them information about like what they need to do, what they will hear during their trip in Japan, and so on. So that's yeah, uh, yeah, it is 18 plus sexual themes and profanities. We speak of things. So that's Can. Can is pretty good. And now I'm building Prefumes, which is right here. This magnificent app icon thingy, which is um, an app to recommend perfume to you based on your collection. That's the thing. Cross keys. Hi, welcome in. Um, I'm coding in Swift. Swift UI is much better for Swift than yeah, I don't know, Objective C. It's too old. So that's there. It's working-ish. I'm working on some you can't print the app, no. It's kind of broken, as you can see right here. My container is clipping the top and bottom. That needs to change. Um, but yeah, I have like a list of perfumes that I have, my personal collection, and therefore I can then go in there and get some. I mean, this one is potentially not the best one. Morten might be much better, where I have a bit of a timeline of things, and so that um, it's just I add the thing to my inventory, and then I have my first test, free review, feedbacks, and things. Um, and yeah, the title case, I don't know, it pisses me off. It's automatic, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I need to change things everywhere. Um, but yeah, that's uh, that's where we are. It's pretty good, obviously, not biased in the slightest. But yeah, it's pretty nice if you know exactly what you have. Like for example, so uh, did I add this one? That's something that I need to put in place. Um, I I forgot if I did, and I forgot if I have it in the database. I don't think I do. No, that's Cremo, not Corner. Um, Half full, and it is a perfume, and then it's getting. I got it in store, so that makes sense. And I got my description, the thing that I'll popped by the database, and from there I now have uh, my entry. My entry is right here. It's ready for testing. I can test it out whenever I want. I have the information, the details, the stuff related to that perfume specifically that are pulled from Fragrantica because that's where we have the most informations. Um, and if I start testing, I will have the whole timeline thingy happening. And right now, I don't want to do that. But yeah, like I can take quick notes, have things, be good. You know, it's useful. It's useful. It's really useful to me. That's the only thing. Um, the data is coming from an extract of Fragrantica that I found on a GitHub somewhere. So I don't know. Um, yeah, sounds legal. It's a bit annoying. I would say that's the only thing that I have an issue with right now. It's the fact that Fragrantica has an app and their app is shit. Um, we talked about it. And they have this thing and they don't have an API. If they had an API and I did to pay for it, I would pay for it willingly. Um, and the other one is Parfumo, which is another perfume thing, but they also have their own app and they don't provide anything. So yeah, I haven't reached out mainly because this one has an app, so probably won't. And um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, right now I don't have much. The only thing is an extract of Fumo, and then the other one is an AI perfume dupe thing that I found, which is like they have an API to look for dupes, but it's basically a web scraper that is doing things not necessarily legally. So I don't know. Um, yeah, I mean, the thing that I have an issue with that Parfumo is a community-based platform. So it is made by the community for the community in a way that is like um, open source-ish, right? I can access everything, but it's not like open source for the devs. And then Fragrantica is mostly the same thing, but they have writers and they have a team and they have other things. So it's harder for me to get access to stuff. So yes, Fragrantica would be a better sell. Um, I don't think, personally speaking, based on the feedback I received today on TikTok mostly, I don't think having a sponsored by Fragrantica in the app would yield anything positive. I think it would mostly uh, push back some people. So yeah, I don't know. There is the only thing that I know is that they have a yeah, powered by might be an option, but also powered by means that I have potentially I need to pay Fragrantica to get access to their thing in a way that is not necessarily good enough. Right now, I have an extract. Extract is not full with everything. Like I'm missing 12,000 perfumes. I feel like that's okay. Mostly the new ones, um, I guess. Like I will not have this one because it just came out. Anyways, um, there is they have like one API that exists that I know of that I could get, but the reason why I'm not contacting them is because it's fragrance scientific community that have an API. So it's basically for people that are building and making perfumes to get access to the scent, the notes, the whatever in a scientific way, so that you have the molecule, you have the content, you have the things that makes more sense to them. But it's not necessarily having like the name of the brand and the notes in them and so on. So I don't know exactly yet, but yeah. Um, Crosskeys, I read your message. I feel like you're trolling, specifically with the end of the message. I I think I agree with the beginning, but I don't agree with the end, mainly because I don't understand. But yeah, no, I do agree with Dane. I do agree with Dane. Um, and yes, Bonda, it is. I know I'm late on that message. It is the native iOS coding language. SwiftUI is the potentially currently best option. What? Yeah. Um, that's the thing. So that's what happened, TD, since the last time you were here. So does that, going back to your question earlier, let me go back in the chat. You said that's that you didn't say that, but that's a fair point. Um, I can't read things. I can't read chat. That's just everyone has a fucking red pink name. You asked, does that make me a dev? No. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm still not able to code. Um, I'm better at it than when I started, obviously, but I'm still unable to do things myself. Most of the things I do the design thing myself because that's easier and simpler. No, but like easier in a way. Like right now, for example, I have my content view that is in view. I know that my uh, day, I want the day to be massive. I want this thing right here to be like roughly at 72. And I want this thing to be black because that's the font style that I need to have to make this thing like more impactful. That's the plan. And then on top of that, I know that I want my color scheme to be a gradient. I will add that later because it's easier to do. Um, and it's just going to be a subtle gradient, right? Going from primary to primary with an opacity, and it makes sense. That's the plan. That's the thing. It's a that whole design in Swift is pretty useful. So dev, front end, mobile, yes. Anything else is a bit more complex. It's not impossible, but it is a bit more complex. I really have a hard time with anything that is related to databases, and that's what I'm working on or have been working on for the past 2 days. So yes, it is kind of complicated, but anything else is kind of fine. Like most of these things. Maybe that's a yeah, maybe it's an architecture issue. Like for example, here I have I can't zoom in, right? I think I can't zoom in on this thing. It doesn't make any sense for you, right? They that doesn't exist. I don't think you see the zoom, which makes no sense. Unless it got fixed. It doesn't. It didn't got fixed. Anyways, doesn't matter. We have like these three buttons. The only one that works is this one. These two, um, you don't need to see. Right here, it doesn't matter. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that I could change myself. And the other thing that I need to change because I learned about that today. Uh, if we go on Twitter and we go into not that, we go into my likes. I have liked one of these things, and we will go over the entire thing. Basically, when you have content content view with the tab view, which is the newest addition, having the role of search is what will give me the search option on the side, and I didn't know that, and that wasn't really explained in the fucking documentation. I tried. I looked at it. I couldn't find anything. So now this is going to be a pretty good thing for me because the search is going to be useful in some cases. So if it is searchable, then this button needs to slide in from the side. If it's not, then it's not going to slide in, which makes sense to me. So right here, for example, this is not searchable, so that doesn't make any sense. However, here, this is a searchable thing. So instead of having the search at the top, I want the search to be in a bubble at the bottom, and that would just compress the content and then be good. That's the plan. That is the plan. We'll see if it works. We'll see if I can do that. But yeah, I learned that today. The thing that is annoying though, because obviously things, it needs to be annoying, because I can't zoom in. God dang it. I keep doing the same thing. Because I have my tab view and today view, instead of having tab and then in parentheses the content, and then in brackets when curlies the view itself, like what it does, navigates to. I, I need to reorganize shit, and that's gonna be bad. But now I know that I can just, in my whole tab view right here, add a third option or last option that's gonna make sure that this is searchable, and then we have that. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know just yet. We'll see what I can do. But that's what I learned today, which is crazy that this happened today. Anyways, going back to where we were on last stream for the reviews of stuff, there has been so much teeny tiny activities, and we haven't touched half of it. I think we stopped on this. That was mostly for Yan, but we didn't go through that. We stopped on this thing. Cool. We've had that thing that we talked about in details. That look at it. Isn't this amazing? That's the most creative pull to refresh thing that I've seen in a while. We have seen similar things in the past, right? But this one is really good. It's a really good bird. I, you know, it looks pretty nice. Obviously, it gave me an ID. I don't need any pull to refresh on the perfume app, but if it was a spritz of perfume that when you pour, when you release, it just spritz and then turn as vortex of perfumes at the top, that would be amazing. Would be amazing. But you know, this is great. Anyways, moving on. On top of that, we have seen this, specifically the first button. That is really cool. I don't think this is a pattern just yet. It is, however, something that is common across designers. So, you know, that's really good. That's really good to be said. Other than that, most of the buttons that are in there are kind of similar to other things, so I'm not really showcasing them. Nettie got a purple stream, so that's for Stony. Stony, if you decide to one day go into having a camera and having things on screen, this is your go-to for your purple overall theme. I think it's pretty good. I think the purple, the new mic from Elgato R is a bit too lilac for you, and you would rather have this, but it is really good, and I am really happy with the fact that they are just adding colorways. Not saying that they are good colorways, but like they are pretty overall nice to have, like different colors. The fact that the arm is also another color. That's nice. That's it. It's just nice. That's how it is. So yeah, that's for you if you want to have a camera at some point. This one was really good. I love this, and I specifically love the reply that is right above. Right above. So that person said, "I redesign OpenAI. Any thoughts?" Which is a really basic thing. And so the before, they are redesigning basically the splash screen, right? The before is just the logo of OpenAI, and the after is the logo of OpenAI on an image generated thing with a login thing. Which, you know, I mean, why not? Why not? But then, that is really good. It is an unsolicited redesign where a loader has been redesigned into a login, and the login is stolen from someone else. Because this login is coming from another app, and you can kind of see that with these corners, right about here. Sweet. These corners are really bad, and it shows. So that was funny, and I kind of liked it. And then the next one was even more funny. It seems Twitter was stealing on that day. That person unfollowed, like that person here, unfollowed that person, removed them as a follower, stole their cover picture. And their cover picture was something that they have written on a board themselves with their friends when they were in engineering. And as he said, it's interesting. They are not mad, but it's just interesting how people do things. And what I love about this, and specifically about how things happen on Twitter, is that that person now is dead to most of the followers of that person. Not saying that they have like the same amount of followers or whatever, but the fact that none of these 5,000 people that are following them are going to support that person. And if this thing blew out, which is the case, kind of, some of these followers are kind of going to unfollow that person because it just makes no sense. Same thing here, which is pretty impressive. I like that. And, Measure Plan is doing a lot of things with the cursed captcha thing, and right now they are doing mini games, or they have been doing mini games for the past few weeks, I think, um, for captcha related things. And most of these, as we go into their media, that's going to be way faster. They have created this thing where you need to box the models that that are not ChatGPT related stuff. Um, and then you need to reach the score of 20 to be able to just pass through, which I think is it's pretty dumb, but it works. They have made this one that I was showcasing earlier, which basically is a snake situation where you need to get uh, your system, your head is a joystick, and then you know, you go through things and so on. And then they've made this one, which is basically a chess game, and you need to checkmate in 2 moves. So if you're dumb and you're like me and you don't know what you need to do, um, you can move your pieces, and if it works, um, you can go through. And they've been doing that for a good, I don't know, it's been a while that they have been trying to do these captures thing. I think it's pretty funny. At least to me, it's pretty funny. So you know, um, this one was nice. You need to show a banana in order to go through, and yeah, it is also trademark. We're calling it. Um, it is a vanilla an issue. Yes. uh, do I have this one? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't have it. God damn it. Should have a button for this. Um, so that was fun. That is a fun concept, a fun idea, a fun thing to build. Um, this one was interesting. It's the directional growing thing, and so the layout, the thing that we are doing in Figma is the exact same thing. Basically, you have containers all around your button that triggers the harvest state. And that's the idea. It's pretty nice. It is pretty nice. We had these ripple effect, which I think I'm probably going to use at some point in some things. Probably not for the perfume app, but could happen. I could see that happen. Um, I learned that in Tailwind, you can say background repeat round to basically have your repeated background to be rounded to match the center of the view. So if you look at this one, it's on the side, but if you don't like, if you wanted to round it, it will make sure that it's just match the container, which I think is pretty impressive. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it works exactly how it's advertised right here, but it's really nice. It is really nice. Moving on. This one is the most crazy thing I've seen in a while. Um, let me explain. They've done this thing where they say they have copied the GitHub graph and they created like a widget out of it, and then they basically used things for workouts and calories. Right, that makes sense. It's cool. The days that you meet your calorie, you get there, and so on. The next step was this. They just dropped the code, the entire code, in a tweet. And I think this is the best option. Yeah, as most of the people that have been replying in there have been saying, uh, that's one way to open source your code for sure. And I think it's a fucking good move. I don't know if it's useful, but I think it's a fucking good move. Good move. Most of the people underneath that also have been saying that after that we are going to need um, code styling. But yeah, that's really nice. That's a fucking good idea. The fact that you have, like, if you have a blue check mark because you pay for it, you basically have the ability to get like a tweet that is way longer. That's a nice thing. Anyways, moving on. Small transition. I think this is something that most people are not taking into consideration, as always. But your splash screen to content having like a transition makes a lot of sense. As we have showcased in the past, I do have things that are the same, transition and so on. It just needs to happen. It just makes sense. The Duolingo app is also really notorious for that. It's really good and so on. So this one was really nice. Also, the fact that the name sounds really French is interesting. But yeah, that's about it. That is about it. This was just a 3D thing. Uh, this one is really, really cute. They have built this credit card, gift card thing, and in the design, the 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 chip has the V0 logo in it, and I think it's a nice detail that most people will never see when they just glance over this thing. And if that happens to have like gift cards for V0 as credits or whatever, I feel like this is a nice touch. It's a nice little design. However, I need to say that the light is coming from the top and the bottom is highlighted. Don't do that. I get it though, but don't do that. Physics is complicated. I understand. I understand. Um, this one was good. I know. I know. It doesn't happen often. This one was really good. So we usually have when designers are on Twitter and saying this is good and this is bad, um, either no context or no explanation of why things are bad and why things are good. And this one specifically is really nice. They have been explaining exactly why things are kind of bad. You have a generic question, which is not going to be like good enough for the user. You don't have a CTA to bring the user to pay or buy or get the subscription or the thing. And then the output that they have is just similar, like just a single one liner that is really basics and that sounds robotic when you could have the contact us for more info in the second line to be more playful and so on. The one that they have underneath is specific by topic, which is pretty impressive, first of all. They also have like shorter but then clear understanding and explanation of what would happen in there. You have a CTA inside of the reply, and then you have your CTA at the bottom as well to make sure that the people that are needing to, read the questions also get the option to contact you. So this one is, for once, really nice. And I am surprised because that's not what I see on Twitter most of the time. So, yeah, just move to London. Can't let just move to London. Just do that. Just do that. This one was just cool for the background. That's it. Then nothing else. Background is really cool. Moving on. Um, so Disney has announced that they are partnering with Hulu and HBO Max, I think, as far as I remember, to give us, the consumer, um, a single service, and Hulu is going to be discontinued, which is a good news. I like that reply. That's basically what's happening right now. Most of the single apps that has popped for the past few years have been kind of trying to re-aggregate themselves. And if someone um, was entering the market with something like a one pack, even if it's $50 a month or $100 a month, I feel like people would be willing to just do that. Like if you had, Stony, that's for you, if you had the idea of saying, you pay me, you pay me $8 a month, D3 chat, and you get access to all the models that exist right now. I think that's pretty good. And so if you found a way, which is basically what they have done here, to say, we as the provider are providing an account that is accessing Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, HBO Max, whatever other platform that exists, Prime Video, and so on, for a certain amount of months or for a certain amount per month. And the back end is put in a way that is like basically creating a new customer every time that you have someone that pays on your side, and it splits based on their most used platforms and so on. I feel like this is an option. Like you could have a discount from the partner that you have with the partnership that you have with Netflix and so on. And yeah, that's an option. We'll see. We will see. This one was just funny. That's it. That's about it. Going back to the thing that we talked about earlier about branding, mostly last Wednesday, Alex has been doing the same thing and showcasing this, which is better, but still bad. Specifically, when you look at this, to me, the design of the logo is much better than the one that we had last Wednesday with the diamond thing. But there is still something that feels kind of wrong, kind of missing, or I don't know. However, the presentation and the videography of the marketing that they have created for presenting the logo is pretty good. They have like another one above that I do like, but yeah, um, yes, it is. It is. This one was interesting. It's a tab, but it's not a tab, but it's a tab still. We had this that I liked a lot, mainly because of how they have built it. Their chunky icons are using 2-point grids, which is, you know, our recommendation, or 3-point grids, sorry. But they have split it, the presentation in pixels, which I always think is a weird thing to do. But yeah, it's a nice presentation. That's it. That is it. This thread is pretty amazing. So this is a thing that happens where they just say my game is good, the algorithm just ignores me. And this thing has 70, oh, sorry, 727,000 views, which is pretty impressive. And then the one before it, same massive amount of views. And then the one before it, same massive amount of views, and so on. This is really impressive of a thread of people that are just, you know, reposting and repurposing the same content type. But it works apparently, which I likes. I like that a lot. This one was mostly for Yan because it had something for the grid view that we talked about on Wednesday. and it's on the barbecue right now, or and a barbecue, not on the barbecue, uh, at a barbecue right now. So that's not useful, but this is a very similar thing. So I kept that for them specifically. Um, I saw this and I'm blown away. Just the beginning, just this, and that's enough. With that thing, that pen in the beginning, where they define the route, and then they can change the angle of everything, the wheels, the car, the whatever, and then they press play, and you get this. That's crazy. I'm impressed. I am so impressed. The speed at which they just did that. Obviously, the video is a tad sped up, I think. Um, but goddamn, like that, it's crazy. Um, oh, that's interesting, Frosties. If you have like a link, I'd love to check the link. Yes, for sure, for sure. So this is not the first one that we are seeing that are doing some procedural thing the same way with like the pen tool. We have, I don't know if it was the same person. I don't think so. Thank you. That had done the exact same thing for basically following the path of animation. Um, we talked about it. We shared that on Discord, where basically you could define your range and um, yeah, it's God damn it. That sounds like a Reddit thing. So I get that. I get that. But yeah, this was really good. I just wanted to talk about it because it's really nice. It is really nice. Um, this one made me laugh, so I kind of wanted to talk about it really quickly. But they are creating a playing cards deck, right? A deck of cards, which makes sense. And then they are asking, which one would you choose? Do you want like um, the regular cards, but just drawn by hand, or do you want the illustration type cards drawn by hands? And I I feel like if you're going to spend the time to illustrate all the cards anyway, why not just do that properly with all the illustration types? It makes sense. You know, depends. Specifically, as well, or on top of, this is something that I like a lot because you can 100% get a magic trick with illustration like these. With these ones, a bit less, but still feasible. But with these ones, for example, all of the illustration will have the same exact orientation, right? They probably wouldn't be visible in both directions. And so, with that in mind, if you ask the crowd to pick a card in a deck, and the deck is organized with all of the cards in the right order, in the right direction, you then really quickly have the ability to just say, you turn the deck, they put it back in, it's upside down, but they don't know that, and then you just look through it, and you get their cards, which is pretty simple. It's very, very classic magic trick, but it works. Um, you know, it's fun. It's fun. Anyways, moving on. Um, this clip of Theo was really good. The thing that he's saying in there is that humans are fundamentally wired to not be uncomfortable, feel stupid, and uh, and dumb like that. We tend to avoid that. And he basically goes along the line of saying that multiple times until reaching the point of devs that basically are putting themselves um, in the dumb way as much as they can, and pointing out the fact that if you are not feeling dumb on a regular basis when you are dev, you're not doing your job well enough, or at least you are not like pushing yourself into learning new things and understanding new concept and stuff, which I do agree with. Um, and I think it might be the only profession and job where you need to feel dumb before you don't. You need to understand things, and so you need to go through like a lot of stuff. Um, and yes, he got backslashed by FFmpeg last week or this week. That was funny. He didn't talk about it. He didn't make a video about it. Uh, he was complaining about it in VLC, and then basically got the ego on top of everything, and ended up giving out 5K to, I think, the FFmpeg Foundation or something. I forgot. Just because, like, well, you kind of won, but I'm not gonna agree that you won. So here's 5K. All right, cool. Anyways, moving on. As always, this is impressive and mind blowing. So this is made with side effects, Houdini side effects, I think. The whole thing is crazy to me, mainly because I used to work with real flow in school, so I kind of understand fluid simulation physics. But then the cookie crushing thing, and then moving that into a glass with milk and mixing it up. God damn. God damn. Yeah, I think the issue that I have with Theo most of the time is that I'm not the dev, so most of his video are not necessarily good. But he's talking about like models and AI models that exist, which I think are interesting, and that's kind of where I learn how some of the models are working, not working, and so on. But then, like lately, most of his things have been kind of I'm not finishing the video situation. Like I'm going through most of it, but not all of it. Like it's just ending shorts here and there. Um, some of them are really useful though. Like there has been a lot of these things that have been really useful. But you know, yeah. But there is also like the other thing, which to me, so what I just said sounds like I'm disagreeing with you. No, I agree. God damn. I absolutely agree with that. I feel like there is also something that is going with what my brain made the connection with is when I was in school with my teachers. The teachers in school are not working anymore, so their knowledge is outdated really quickly. And so the thing that they are teaching is usually less up to date because they are not in the weeds on the day to day, so they are not using the apps that they are supposed to teach. And with influencers, there is also this that can happen at times. Theo kind of is on the TP toe, tap, top TP, whatever, I don't know how to say that, off the cutting edge tech AI technology situations. it can stay relevant for a longer time. But the more you are doing video for doing content, you are not necessarily working and using the content. You are talking about the content, or you are talking about the tech and not using the tech technically. So, with that, there is a way of like your knowledge and your skills are gonna go down. Like as I said many times, my skills as a designer have been going down since 2023, I would say. And then they went back up when I started working on my own app, and then they went back down because I was coding more than designing. And right now they're going back up because I need to work on the new app and so on. But like I'm not necessarily good or as good as I used to be in design because I'm not practicing as much and I'm not doing that on the daily. I'm mostly on the content creation and therefore losing skill. And I feel like there is something that is also similar to what you're saying of the more famous they become, the more annoying they get. I also think that, um, the more famous you become, the less practice you have. Um, so, yeah. Then what about it? I can't design. Apparently, I can code now. We'll see soon. Um, yeah, that's a good thing as well. I wish I had like a. I mean, I wish I had no. I wish I had a job. No, I wish I got paid. That's it. Uh, but yeah, most of the cutting edge AI related content that I know of, and also tech related content that I know of, is coming from Theo. So, right, I mean, that's the only reason why I know that Chef exists. That's the only reason why I kind of know that G2I exists because it's one of their sponsors most of the times. And some of these things are mostly for devs and I don't need them, and some of them are pretty useful for anyone, so I'm just using them as well. So that's the thing, I would say. And then going back to what Stoney was complaining about last time, this tweet really encompasses everything. I'm gonna show you that. um, this is designing for myself and designing for clients. That's what happened. Um, Chef is convex version of ChatGPT V0 thing. So it's basically uh, a prompter, same thing as usual, with the ability to create the backend of the apps. And most of the times when Theo is presenting it, is doing some um, like no, it's not the same thing. He's doing like a duplicate of Slack. And the thing that he presents all the time is the fact that because the backend is a not a fire, what I have in my head, and it's limited, um, a Firebase like real time thing, you basically have the ability to see the message in real time, edit the message in real time, and communicate with the database in a way that makes way more sense. So that is pretty good. It seems to be extremely efficient. Um, but then again, I don't know enough personally to be able to say, well, this is really good. But if you need like a backend and you don't know what you're doing, maybe this is good enough to just, have a structure, have a thing that just works and that is done in no time and works in their models and so on. The only thing, I don't know if it's the only thing, but like the only thing that I don't know is how expensive the thing can become in the long run. Um, Other than that, that's it. That's all I know. Uh, but yeah, That's it's a pretty overall good thing, and Convex is a pretty good database service as far as I understand it. Um, so you know, like if I had to build my database API endpoint with the thing that I'm building, for example, I'd probably go with that, even though that would piss me off because it's not that integrated with iOS systems. But why not? That's where we are with Chef. Um, this happened. I'm scared. So I'm really happy with this. So this is anything AI, which is a new AI agent things that designed for you. And as they say, uh, it looks like it's not generated by AI, which I have doubts. But we need to go and have a look because you know it's probably not. I wish we could have like some presentation and previews and stuff. Um, but again, I do think that these apps, like this is a very accessible top bar, probably built by the AI, right? Like it turns black right here, but not there. Uh, the thing that I'm basically saying is I want an AI to replace me. And then I want to come back in and say, well, we can change things here and there. That would make a lot more sense if we did this or that or this instead. I wish they had like more previews on their profile. I don't think they do. I think they have like 3 or something. Um, but if I'm looking at this, for example, overall, it's fine. Is it good? No. Could it be better? Yeah. What could change? Spacing? What could change? Fonts and typographies and hierarchy of the information. But is it good enough? Is it better than what the other platforms are doing? Yeah, it is. So, maybe try it out. We will have to try it out at some point for sure. Most of it right now is for mobile, I think, as far as I remember. They do have, like, again, they are currently on the desktop version and they are showing the mobile version, which makes absolutely no sense. Like, this is not how things are supposed to work. um, but yeah, like, I don't know. It's to be checked. Um, yeah, I think that would be great though. And that's what I've been saying. Like if I have, that's the wrong thing. If I have, uh, did I just do that by mistake? I might have. Well, that's fine. If I have something, an AI that is able to go through my entire Figma file and say, this is my design system, this is how it's built, this is how the navigation block is supposed to look. You can understand the situation, you can understand the spacing, you have the information for that. Build something for me, and it does it. That's what I want. Because that makes sense. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. Like it's supposed to go through the entire thing that it has access to, understand how things have been built, and be like, okay, cool. So if I need a chat at some point, it would need to be something similar to this. Yes, yes. Cool. If I need a Command K thing, it's gonna look something like this. Good, good, cool. However, however, if you don't have a design system or UI kit that is already built that explains things, like with a lot more information and a lot more details, you may end up with a lot more issues with an AI that is pulling things out of nowhere. So, yeah. But I do still think that I need to be replaced at some point. And I need to come back as a maintenance person rather than a full thinker on some companies. Um, there is one already. Um, there is one already. There is the Figma MCP where you can basically plug your Figma design directly through Cursor or in Cursor. And you can also do Figma Make. I think I have one of them in there, either in that feed or someone else. I forgot. Did I pass it? I might have passed it. I might have not passed it. Might be on something else. It doesn't matter. Um, I'm gonna find it. But Figma Make is really bad. It's gonna get better for sure, but it's really bad. I don't like it. Uh, but yes, this one might be anything AI, might be interesting, and we'll see. But yeah, same thing. This was for Yan because this is the zoom transition. That is the basic native zoom transition of iOS, and that's basically what they wanted to build for their app Keeper. So this is a reference, and this is Play. Play is pretty good at doing things. I don't like it, but it's good. It's a very good app. If you are not an iOS dev and you are a visual person, Create with Play is going to change your life because it is basically giving you the ability to build things like you build in Figma, uh, but working. So you have the components, the native components, the thing that needs to happen. You can change the spacing, the values, the behaviors of all of your things really, really quickly, and basically have an app working in less time um, that it would take you to just dev the thing. At the end of the project, through Play, you get basically the code, not the code, but like basically the code. Um, so and it's really good. I would say that's the main issue because yeah, they are doing an amazing job, specifically designers and devs that are using Play for their content. Like these ones, they are creating things that looks amazing, that work really well, and that just have that native feel out of it. That just like these transitions are really good. Like it just makes sense, and all of that is no code coded with Play. So I do like it as a concept. I hate it because I don't understand it much. Let's not lie. But it's really good. Check it out. Check it out. And then, well, yeah, that I agree with that. I think the Wibbly UI, as you call them, um, like this is not Wibbly much that works for you, right? Like that's fine. It's not like trembling all the time and then navigating through things. Um, I think the wobbly wibbly thing is mostly because of how physical jelly people want to make things, mainly because it is tricky to do. And so when you do it, it's like impressive because you did it well, but most people don't do it well. So might be the reason. Might be the reason. That thing, specifically that text, is basically what I want to have in the app. Dang, dang, that behavior with like one of the texts being kind of lower intensity. The other one that is the thing that I want to put in place or highlight is going to be darker. And so the ID right here, for example, is going to have your welcome message being like kind of gray, and then your fragrance, the fragrance that you want to have. So let's say I'm just using, I don't know, the first one because it makes sense, right? And now it just doesn't refresh. God damn it. Uh, if I had like that fragrance right here, it would be highlighted in the center, which it just did. It did it. I thought it did. Anyways, um, it doesn't really have a poor contrast ratio here. I think this is mostly because of the fact that this is uh, rotating text, and so it should or could change. If you think of Joy software, for example, it's kind of the same ID. If I stop like right here, right? It's to the point. Like, good morning, useless. You have useless and useless. Today you are useless. That sounds really weird. But the fact that you can at a glance, 3 meanings, 2 tasks, 1 habits, mostly free. Done. That's the straightforward type of thing that I want to have. Um, which inspired. Uh, yeah, I agree. I agree. But yeah, I think what Alex has done is really good compared to this one because this is just a you split in the middle and then you have 2 colors. But yeah, um, no, I do agree. I agree with you. This one was interesting to me for one single reason. Left or right, right here is the same as saying, do you want a sliced bread or do you want a croissant? Like just a slice of bread. There's nothing in there. Or do you want something that is fun and colorful and well organized and so on, or just a simple list? The most basic list of your life. The only thing that is nice is the icons. The icons are really cute. But you don't see that when you have this bitch ass thing on the side. Like these colors are like, oh yeah, I'm going there. Like that's the thing that I want. Which again, this is like the frustration based, rage baity thing that I'm seeing on my feed most of the days. And you know, yeah, this is a bit of a to-do-ish things, but also it doesn't really make a lot of sense because it's not like this one is not a to-do list. This one is not necessarily looking like something that you can check, and this one is. So it's wild. They are checkable elements, right? You click them and you're done with them. But it's kind of impressive. Like you can't really compare, at least to me, you can't compare both of these because they are not the same. Like one of them is a very basic to-do list, and the other one is a very visual to-do list, but it's not looking like a to-do list by default. Like if I don't pay attention and I have nothing checked, I would just see the icons for like profile and the icon for first link, and it could be just cards, and I'd be good with it. But no, these are things to do. So that is kind of wild to me. Anyways, moving on. This happened today. It's pretty appreciated. Scatter brushes have been added to Figma, so now we have some dots on the sides, which I think is a good idea. It's gonna bring us a lot more like flexible elements, and that's gonna be useful. So, we can take a look at that. Let me click on this. And yeah, that's an interesting point. Interesting element that is going to Figma. We'll see if that works. I have doubts, lots of doubts. Before I show you what I said to this, I mean, I'm not going to say anything to this. First, ID. What do you think this app is doing? Like, In my head, it's ingrained. There's no way it's anything else. What's your first idea when you see this? Yeah, cross keys, 100%, 100%. That right ones has no indicators. Yeah, TR, yes. But what do you think the app is doing? Yes, Knox, 100%. Walk on it. To me, there is no way this is anything else than Tetris. Like, there's no way. It's, yeah, you have the blocks, you have the same colors, you have two of the L shapes right here, you have one of the long ones. Like, it's just no choice. Like, that's Tetris for sure. But I don't know. So far, we haven't had any response. So we'll see. And then the Twitch vibe is because of the purple. Um, uh, this logo was interesting, but that's it. That's it. I saved this one for one single reason. I'm gonna go to the account because that is what we need to do. Um, I wish I had the social media stamina that they have because it is impressive. It might be automated. I don't know. But I wish I had. They are posting about their app with the exact same three images, video, presentation thing all the time. Like, I'm building the best travel planning app, which is a repost of this one, which is a repost of something else that they have done before. And they are doing that all the time. And every day, there is a picture of their app on my feed. And I wish I had the social stamina to do this because, god damn, they are doing this here. They are doing this on threads as well. And it's just, it is tiring to me to see them do it, which is really bad. If it was a bot, Twitter has a thing that displays that this is a bot. So that's something. They could have, I used like later in the past. Um, and it's useful, but it's not really good. Um, I mean, it is, but it's not that good. And it's also marked as bot automated thing. So, and also when we are creating content, we are batch creating content as stuff that I already showcased and talked about before. Um, in my content right here, for example, I have 4 videos that are scheduled that are coming in soon or coming out soon in the next 3 weeks, basically. Um, and so all of that is feasible. These ones are mostly like on a weekly basis. So, it happens. But um, for other things, for post, I could do that as well. And I did these things in basically 3 weeks. So I recorded everyone's in 3 weeks, five every Monday for 3 weeks in a row. So that way I had like 15. And then this week or next week, I will record five more that will go into the queue and so on. Like that's the very simple thing. I could do more, but goddamn, takes a lot of time. But that's the only thing that I want to say. I think their app is looking really good, and I think it's a very good duplicate of an already existing app. But just the span, the spam is crazy, and I like them. Like I like that for them because it will make a lot of sense and it will make them successful. But goddamn, it's a lot. It is a lot. Um, Also, trademark. That is a fair point. I didn't think of that. I did not think of that. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe I have created something. Yes. Um, maybe. This is something that I did on the new can icon. Uh, this is something that we used to do in Photoshop, and it's basically we have a grain layer. You can see the grain right here that is added as the background, and that thing has an opacity of 20% and a blending mode of overlay, meaning that it will overlay on whatever color is in the background. So if your app is in light color, it will have like a nice light color grain, and if it's a dark color, it will have a dark color grain, which gives you that metallic slash textured icon. It kind of stands out from the rest of the view, and it is. I don't think it's displayed. I don't. You know what? I know it's not displayed, but I do have a bit of grain in there, which right now because I'm zooming in so on, it's not going to be visible, and I'm planning on having some of them here as well, a bit more. But yeah, that's a thing that we do in we used to do in Photoshop, but now it's there. So, you know, good stuff. Good stuff. Uh, Last one for my Alex. This one was also interesting. I think the logo is really similar to one of the French brand that we have. It's not the same, but like that one is they use this asterisk thing all the time, and that's their brand logo thing, like that. So, you know, it's an asterisk thing. But it's interesting. But again, the reason why it's popular in a way is because of the video, and that's about it. So, yeah, we've done our fair share of this. You shared that earlier. God damn. God damn. Oh, that's cool. So it goes out when obviously. Oh, fuck off. That is crazy. Um, there is plenty of that already. There is a lot of it. I get distracted. You have. Well, you in the logo maker and in the branded content thing. I mean, brand content might not be exactly what you need, but um, logo maker might be an option, and branded content might be an option as well to have like a bit of an ID. God damn, that's the same fucking color I used. Uh, so that these are options. As always, like just check them in. I like them. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I closed it, but this I don't want to say um that I've done this exact thing, but I kind of have done this exact thing on here. The logo we did for Dressed in Space and uh, Agent Web ended up being very similar, I think. Um, Specifically that color scheme that happens. So yeah, that greenish thing to yellow with the star effect. Hmm? Hmm? I don't know, but I agree with you. A lot of people have been doing ass for sure. Do we have things around here? Oh, for fuck's sake! God damn! Sorry. Ah, that every time, every time, for sure, for sure. There was an attempt. There was an attempt right here. Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. God damn. Ah, I'm scared. Yep. So, so everything that is uh, in colors is French people saying slurs about black people in general. That that's what it is. That's cute. God damn. Yeah, I mean it's just the French. I don't wanna. I think it's gonna be terrible on most things after a while. I think the beginning is gonna be kind of fine. But yeah, I also agree with you that the capitals is where there is the most people. So makes sense. But yeah, that Zoom thing is really good. Um, where's fucking window? Where? Of course, of course. Uh, that's kind of sad. Maybe Hong Kong might have. Yeah. That makes sense, though. That makes a lot of sense. That is a very simple one, but it's really it's nice. I agree with you. It's a nice thing. I'm never the biggest fan of these uh slash place and so on, but this one is really interesting. I hope it can stay alive for a long enough time, but we never know. We never know. Uh, them. I need God damn. I need uh context for this. I think you're building what Chris has done right now. Dang. That's crazy. Sorry. I Yeah. That's a I mean, to me that's a nice idea, and it seems similar in a way to what you have. But yeah, no, give me context on this. I need I need information, context, whatever needs to happen other than just that. Uh, cool, 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 cool. That's good. All right, fine. Yeah, it's pretty good. Chris has done a good job, to be honest. Um, so yeah, give me the context, the thing, the how the fuck that works, and you know, that's my curse. I'm sorry, that's my curse. That's not on you. It's on you, but it's not on you. But it's that's my curse. I know too much. This specifically, this is it's one app that I like a lot, and it's a very very specific app, which I think I have showcased before. But yeah, uh, so it would structural audio waves, live gamifying manipulations, less track. I see. That's interesting. Um, so basically, from what I understand, you would have your library here with the songs that you have. Each of the songs that you have in your catalog are going to be split into whatever you have. So your synths, your drums, your bass, your vocals, your whatever, and you can just pick and say, I want the bass loop of that song combined with the drum loop of that song, and then that whole thing is going through reverb, and that's giving you this at the output, right? That's I think I think that's the thing, right? So that's whole system where you have your devices, your samples, your presets. This is like zoomed out like crazy because it needs to be. And you basically have the ability to create songs however you want. As soon as you press play, it's gonna go through that thing. And right now you can't hear shit. Uh, because I have that, right? That might be loud. I'm sorry. But that's the type of thing that we do have. Um, and It exists. That's all I'm saying. So if you want it, like references, um, I would highly recommend you to take a look, get a look, take a look at this for sure in terms of how they have built it for reference of how the audio tool is working. There is a lot of videos about it. It is a thing from this one is from 2 years ago. That's crazy. That's not, that is not when we created this thing 14 years ago. Yes. So, um, and these are the first video that we have, which are like long time ago. Um, so yeah, if you want to take a look at it, I would highly recommend you to get a look at like their channel, what they have done, how it has been done, so that you have like a reference because they have done it really well. And you can use that as, again, as a reference, as I was saying. Um, but yeah, if that's your idea, I think that that is a feasible thing. The simplicity of splitting songs, having your overall like um, processes made and organizing your editing basically in the browser. I think it's not a bad idea. Again, I'm just saying that it has been done before, and as I don't know if you were looking earlier, but like as Jeroen was saying, he's building or he's wanting to build like a gardening app. There is plenty of gardening app, which right now he returns when we talk about it. There is plenty of gardening app, but most of them are ugly or don't work exactly with the thing that he wants to do. And just building a new one. So don't get demotivated by the fact that it already exists, um, right? Because it it can really easily do that, and you can 100% do what you want to have right here. I think there is like a reason why this type of potential navigation, node-based navigation, isn't um, necessarily working for the audio industry. And the main reason is it's time-based and time is linear as of right now. Maybe in like 15 years when we figure out quantum entanglement, maybe less linear. But for now, the time machine is not working and time is still linear. So having like a blob and a node-based navigation for something that is going to need to be linear in the future is kind of complicated, which is the reason or the first thing I said to Chris on this thing, because it it looks like an option, um, right? As yeah, whatever. It looks like a potential. I'm not I'm not against it. This is a playlist building platform, right? So you can 100% create your playlist. The thing is, the probability of people creating a playlist, like I'm going to use the same thing that I used last time, creating a playlist that looks like this and that has this as a system, That probably will never happen. Um, like the again, the probability that people are building a playlist and they want to listen to their songs in a linear E manner is highly probable. So at the end of the day, you're probably going to end up with something that looks like this, and that's your playlist. It's funnier, it's more interesting and interactive to get these through and just add them to the Canva and then play the first one and move to the next one and so on. Like that makes sense. But it, um, yeah, I I don't want to break your dreams. I don't think chat is the right answer, except for two things in that specific use cases. I Again, personal take, you do with that what you want. I think I would rather speak than type. That's the first thing, right? I need the synth for that song, I need the drum loop from that song, and I need the bass loop from that song. All of these are supposed to be in a cluster and they are going through reverb. That's the output that I want. Do that. Voice makes a lot of sense. The reason why it's kind of complicated in chat would be better on this is that song is weird. Like the way that some people and some artists are naming their songs, some artist names are kind of complicated to get. So I don't know. But, and again, that's an option. If you really want to get like a chat based thing that then gives you splitted element, um, the, God damn it, that is basically similar, where you end up with a chat, if it fucking loads, where you say something and it creates the entire split of the song that you have created. And then you can potentially reorder them and play with them and, have fun with the content. Um, there is no node based thing, which is fine, but it's there. And so the 11 Labs music environment is kind of um, an option, I guess. Maybe it depends. I don't really know. It depends on a lot of things. But yeah, um, yeah. Have you not the last message, the one just above, when you say AI does the work for you and you listen, you can suggest sort of things and update and stuff. That sounds really bad from a DJ perspective. Not a DJ, so obviously I have no clue. But from a DJ perspective, if you tell me um, you're gonna prompt something to output something, and then you're good. I don't know. That feels kind of wrong. However, in the thing, that's the thing. Um, in the 11 in the video that they have shared, specifically these and the replies, I think it was this one. Yes. This one, this person, this is a 4-minute video of that specific person. I don't know who they are. Um, building music through and with 11 Lab AI thingy that I just showcased. And so what they are saying, or from what I understood, is they are not necessarily using it for the entire song, but they are using the AI generation of music for specific parts of the songs. Again, this is not DJ, this is um, composer. So that's different. It's a different persona than what you have. I understand that and I agree. But if you are um, a DJ and you like what you do, that's the important part. You probably enjoy the craft and the thinking and the going through your music collection, finding the samples, doing the things, and so on, right? So, with that in mind, to me, it sounds the same as AI generated images and people that are like artists that are doing some illustrations and things. Most of them don't really see the point of generating the image in its entirety. I do see the point because I don't have the skills, but I don't really, as an artist, I might not really see the point. Some of them, for me, for example, I'm not really a good um, uh, person, like drawer, but backgrounds, cool, I can do that. So I would be able to like draw a background, do something on my own, and then add a personage or character in front. That's a thing. Most artists are going to do the opposite. They are not really good at backgrounds and they would potentially get the AI to do the backgrounds. But I feel like it's the same kind of situation where what the artist, the DJ for you, likes to do is the tinkering. So if your thing is pre sampling, pre splitting, pre everything, and then providing this is fine. This is not a bad idea. Um, if your idea is to chat with the thing so that it does the work for you, and then it provide uh, an output that you can then tweak, I don't know. I don't know. But it depends. Again, not really against it. I'm just unsure of the overall, not potential, but like abilities, potential of this, specifically this node-based editor. That's the thing that I'm like, I don't know. That sounds kind of out of place to me. Um, yeah, that's the thing though. the the thing that I hear here, that I hear here, is either I want the thing to do everything for me, or I want to use the thing to split the content that I have, and then I do the tinkering. Like that's my persona in my head for DJ related thing. So a giant button, giant waveform in the center that in a play button, like that's an option. Um, it's simple enough to work, and that's the thing. I really think like I know it's more complex. Um, like I again, I know it's way more complex, but I can't beatbox. Most DJ can beatbox. And if you had the ability to hold, like press and hold to get like uh give me a beat that sounds like this, and then you beatbox to your phone, to your computer, to your whatever, and it creates the thing based on the thing that you have done, right? Because you know how to do the fucking sounds. I feel like this would be so much more important, so much more impressive and useful because it's just, oh, I recognize mouse sounds to go through the mic to be recognized as, oh yeah, that's a kick drum, that's a snare, um, that's just the fucking pedal. Like that makes sense, and like that's how I hear the beats. Cool, and that's the AI working on that. But yeah, I don't. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think you haven't. Again, I think I said that last time as well. I don't think you have done uh, enough research based on the fact that you haven't given me enough context on the entire thing in one single go. Um, like there is a need of market understanding, target understanding, and vision from yourself to straight up plan the content and make sure that you understand what needs to happen, why it needs to happen, why it will work, why it wouldn't work, who are the target audience, why do they want right now, why are they missing, are there things that you could just do right now to be a middle ground in the current state of things, and then add that as an MVP and add some stuff on top that would make you grow as a plugin or as an app or as a browser based thing. There is so much that needs to happen before, um, but mm, yeah, I don't know. Because if you're saying right now, from what I understand, because you're using weird big words for no reason, you're just a splitter. Like that's all you do. You are a splitter, and then you provide the ability to reorganize by text, which is fine, but I don't think the node design is going to be useful based on again the target audience. Like you're targeting music people, and they need timelines. Like it's they need a timeline. The whole thing that you have right here could be, as you said earlier, a big waveform of the music, of the thing that you're trying to build. But like that's the to me that's the situation. You need the timeline to be bigger, and then the rows, like I know this is not the same thing, right? But if I'm here, um, what I have in that view of it's not DJ, I know it's composer, it's different. I'm seeing the timeline. I'm not seeing anything else. The thing that I want is the thing that you have on your side, which is your splitted version of the songs. And then I need to be able to place them on my timeline to arrange them and make sure that it makes sense to me. If it doesn't, then I don't know if I understand. Like right here, if I need to have like a piano or synth or something, and then another fucking element is going to be a second line, that makes sense. You can 100% do that. It just needs to be an horizontal timeline. Like there is no other current version of a music related app that could work in a non-linear way based on the fact that it is music and time is linear for now. So yeah, I don't think, personal take, I don't think the node is a good idea. I think the split is a good idea, yes. I think having the library done for you is a good idea. The chat, why not? Like that doesn't really bother me. I would rather speak, but specifically if you have OpenAI in the background, that means that you have OpenAI voice. So that's good enough. And if you were to go with something similar to this as a starting point, where you have your tab and you have your thing, and you just say, I'm eating whatever the fuck I want, and then you have your samples on the side, and it creates the timeline, vertical for the tracks and horizontal for everything. I think that could work, but the node is not going to work. At least not in the um, like music related brains. So again, it's this, no, this, yes, this, yes, this, yes, this center, probably not. Probably not a good idea. Um, that's crazy. Uh, um, the example that I have in my head right now with that long block that you did is a jazz band, like a live performing jazz bands, where basically the entirety of the groups and the members are not necessarily speaking with each other, but they are like free jazzing. So one of them is just gonna look at the other with a specific time of look because they know each other and they are vibing and they are doing the entire thing. Why not? But uh, I I don't see LAN of musicians on their computers. I have never seen that happen. I'm not saying it's not feasible. All right, I'm not saying that it's not feasible, but I'm saying that I've never seen that. When I was in a band, I didn't do the thinking with the band through like Skype because at the time it was Skype. We went to my drummer place because you can't move the fucking drum. So the bassist and the guitarist came to his house, and I, as the singer, was going there through his house because the battery, the drum, was there. And we had piano and things that are like digital, but not necessarily the type of thing that would make sense to have everyone on a computer jamming doesn't process in my head. Again, not trying to kill your dreams, but it's just as an ex-musician myself that has been in a band before, that has practiced with other musicians, I do not see how I could jam electronically. The only thing that I've seen is DJs and other music composers that are like doing electronic music in the same studio, so physically in the same studio, and like from there, someone is proposing something once we have listened to the track, or we have listened to something, and they're like, oh, this thing. Like, I think we should bump this thing or double that to have like reverb or something, and then the person that is like, there is one person that touched the computers that knows how to do it is editing the thing based on the feedback usually. So yeah, I don't know. um I don't know. And yeah, I again, going back to your the last message that you have, I do think that this is a pretty good thing. The fact that you have the library that is pre-broken up, yes, do that. Do that. It looks really similar to bitch. To me at least, it looks really similar to this, where we basically will have, god damn it, we basically will have, that's not the right button. In here, when you have your song that is displayed and that is defined, this is the best mode. And the system is defining that most people that are using epidemic sound, which is very specific, is getting um, like most people are taking this part, this from 24 to 39. That's the part that they are picking. And that happens on most of the songs. And so for you to have like this type of thing that is pre-split, um, yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, I think that's a pretty good thing overall. I think it's going to be pretty useful at the end to get like split up content, easiest split up content, getting like if I go into uh, if I go into this, as far as I remember, I do have the ability to get a split. I just forgot how it is. We used to have a split by stems right here, and then you could remove or quiet down the elements like the bass, the drums, the instruments, and so on. That alone is pretty good, I would say. So it also means that you have the song that is pre-split. So for you, for the thing that you just said, yeah, that would work. That would 100% work. And then you just have the bank, the database of the songs that are split and ready to use, ready to edit, ready to play with, and have fun with as a DJ. Yes, yes. Why not? The whole composing, I have doubts, lots of doubts, and the whole nodes things, I have doubts. Yeah, I do remember that you talked about the logs of um, what happens, what have been changed, and so on. But I don't think. I mean, not don't think. Most of it is just not necessarily like a feasible thing. It kind of needs to go through. user, I mean, again, it's user research to me. I understand that you have probably some experience in there based on how you speak of it, but from my personal experience on music creation as a band member, would never. But also, I'm not like an electronic band, was rock band, so it's different. I 100% agree. And then the thing that you said earlier in the beginning of like, I'm not worried about the making it happen. I'm worried about the you are spending so much time on something that none of the people that are the target audience will ever use. That's that's the thing. Like personal experience on artists and music artists specifically, there's no way. There, there's no way they use something that is non-linear, or at least that is displaying something that is non-linear. So that node-based, not an option, at least for me. I've seen things that are like modifiable throughout nods. Like I guess this one, maybe. Do we have? Yeah, this one. This is old. This is old, but this is the type of thing that we used to do. Which is kind of similar to what you want to do, right? You have sits and you have boards and things that are plugged through wires, and if you want to do something and you want to hear like a remix on the fly, basically, you go through and you go touch one of the knobs here and there. You remove one of the faders so that one of the parts, like the basses, is out of it, and so on. Um, that is potentially an option, but and also that's like one of the options to have like multiple people in the same room that knows specifically thinking Seldwater because we have these Kendroid and Seldwater that have worked together in the past in the same studio at the same time on the same machines to make sure that you have an output that made sense to both of them. I wish I just had the fucking video, but no, I don't. Um, but yeah, like that's a potential. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have enough understanding to be able to be of use on this one. I understand the main thing. I understand you are excited and interested in the project for sure, but I don't have a single understanding of like why, how, and in what situation someone would do that. Like right now, I would just, if I really wanted something that is different but similar to something, I would use Suno and go there and say, I need a song that is similar to that artist or something. And that's what I would do. But other than that, I don't see the use case. So it's specifically, I don't see the target audience in the slightest. Um, yeah, that's not. Yeah, but that's you already have that. You have your panel on. I mean, for you, it's on this side. You have your panel of your split elements. So your vocals, your beats, your things, your whatever, right? All that. That is predefined for you. And then on the center, you have your canva, which needs to be linear. And you just say that you want to select this, 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 and that, or you tab in the chat or whatever. Um, and yeah, I don't know. Um, but also I have no understanding of DJ. DJ. Composer? Yes. DJ? Nope. Not a single understanding of what they want to do and how they want to do things. Like if you're just like a ballroom DJ, meaning that you are taking song A and then making song B in the next one, it's just creating playlists that make sense and having a nice fade in between the two. Um, but yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just like it's really weird. Also, the fact that you are saying the price makes no difference. Uh, if you, I've said that before. The chair that is used by dentists is 100K per chair. There is not a lot of companies that are doing them. The thing that you're doing, if you're pricing it like 299, means that it's for anyone to decide that it's shit or it's good or it's work or whatever. It's like just an impulsive buy. And it doesn't insert itself as a statement in the tools that the users are going to have in their arsenal of tools. When you compare that with VST plugins that exist, VST plugin macros and all of that for composing and for DJing and so on, they are like 60 to 100 to 300 to $500 each. That's different. So, no, I'm not saying why not try it out. I'm saying the fact that you are saying the price will change nothing and will not sway me into any direction. Uh, I need way more data and way more understanding. Like even Stonies, which is doing like a product that I don't have a lot of understanding or a lot of potential use case for, I still did understand the output, the things, and it made sense. It made sense. So like I do need. Um, yeah, but that means nothing. I, you said that twice. I get it, but that means nothing. You are basically saying the exact same thing, but we used to have in 2015. That was all of my clients that came in to the agency and say, yeah, we want to build the Uber off, the Tinder off, the Snapchat off, And we were really happy to take that money, 100%, all the times, for sure. Yes, that's going to be 50K. Yes, that's going to be 120K. Yeah, we can do that, 100%. And then they pay us, and 6 months, a year later, they have no uses because their only ID was we want to be the Tinder off. And they had done no research. They just had an ID one day, taking a shit, and then I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you want to. Like right now, there is a guy on Twitter that is doing the cursor for Twitter. I don't know if you've seen that. He's made like a chat app thing that gives you tweets. You can write, it writes your tweets for you, which is useless because then the tweets are not you. So I don't, yeah. I, everything you've said is here. There is a common theme of there is like a music generation tool based on existing music to organize stuff. Uh, I and Chris, I've seen that. Uh, yeah, we can talk about that after that for sure. I have a lot of issue with the app itself, but also with what happened, which was really fun. But yeah, like you need at least to get me to help in a way that makes sense and that will give you way more information and way more output from myself. I need structure. I need information. I need a brief. I need some data about the users. I need some personas about who's going to use it. I need some research about the market that already exists because there is probably a tool for your Mac, a tool for your PC that gives you the DJing board digitally. And it's just not in the browser. So to me, if you simply do that, um, if you just do that and you say, I'm putting the board on the browser, that's it, cool, do that. That implies a lot of things in the background. I don't care. But if that's all you do, that might be a good enough product. If then you want to do, you have the board, but you also have an AI chat thing to generate the songs, why not? Yeah, the actual board, the fucking thing, like the entirety of what a DJ board has, the two rotating things on the side, all the faders, all the knobs, all the exact same thing, but in the browser, works the exact same. That means that it has the samples, it has the things, it has the preloaded songs, it has the fading, it has everything, right? That's the thing. If you just do that by default, good. And then once that is working and it's proved to be good enough and that users are willing to use that on the browser, on the go, wherever, you add the AI layer that will use the samples and use the things to generate the songs for you, and then you can tweak them on the go. Yeah, why not? But that's not like a Figma off. And if you do a Figma off, it goes against the thing that you said earlier, which is a Figma file. And the reason why Figma worked is because it was collaborative. And you could have multiple designers, devs, PMs on the same file working or just looking at the designer doing stuff or working together with multiple designers and modifying the file and the content live in different parts at the same time. So I would work on the profile view, someone would work on the home view, and both of these files would be edited at the same time, but we would know not never, but we would rarely be working on the profile view and the profile view and the profile view with three designers of the same thing, because then someone wants to move the profile picture on the right and someone wants to move it on the left, and there's a conflict and it makes no sense. So for you, if you had someone that is assigned to the vocal, someone that is assigned to the beats, someone that is assigned to the chords and so on, why not? But it's specific, and that makes more sense. Um, and yeah, um, I mean, to me, that's the thing. That's the Figma of, because it's multiple people. For music, it needs to be such a splitted version while working together. Why not? But I don't see. I don't see. I do not see. Um, Other than that, yeah, that means nothing. You're using words like a PM is using words in a project management tool. AI performance means absolutely nothing. What the fuck does the AI do? It's enable the performance. No, what the fuck does it do? Well, it changes the faders, it aligns to make sure that everything is auto-tuned, it makes sure that the fade works, and so on. You know, like that is, yeah, different. And going back to what I said earlier, I don't think the people that DJ wants to have, sorry, the people that likes to DJ, because that's a different thing, wants to have the thing that they like to do done by something else. So yeah, they, I don't know. I think you can. Again, going back to what I said, if you have the base and not the base, if you have the songs catalog, split it into each of their sections, which you probably have because you have access to DJ catalogs, which already are split, and then you figure out a way to ensure that an AI or whatever can reorganize the song in a way that makes sense. That's it. Like that, you don't have to have a UI specifically now. Like the only thing that you need is the chat in the middle, usual thing. The the fucking wave path exactly as 11 Labs has done. Like I do think 11 Labs is the best representation right now that of the thing that you need. You not this section at the top. You need the chat and you need the song. And then you need to be able to have your faders, things, effects, potentially, things that are manually changed. And then from here, do what they have done. As in, I can click on this, I can change this, I can change the size, I can ask it to be a bit more percutant, I can ask it to do something a bit different. I can say, let's add something after, which I just clicked by mistake, but you know, um, I can then click on that plus and say, then we need to move to, as you said, the Kanye song, but in a different beat or in a different format or in a different whatever. I don't fucking know. Then why not? But that's basically all you need. You don't need more than the timeline in an horizontal fashion because that's the only thing that you can have. And the chat. And for me, I would switch the two. I have my timeline at the top, right here, with the tracks split it, and then with the entire thing split it as well. Like I would 100% split this thing to have the drums, the lyrics, the chords. I don't know, the orchestra, the things that is in underneath, like right here, because it makes sense to just see things so that I can just then go into uh, like if you go into FL Studio rendering, right? That's bitch, give me something that makes sense. That's what I want to see, plus a chat at the bottom. And with that, I can then go in here and I see that this is, I don't know, my track 8 apparently, that has the vocals. Um, like I click on it and then I ask something to the AI. I said, well, we need this to be a bit different. We need this to sound more like someone else. And then the AI is working on top of that. Why not? Fine. But this is the view that your DJ, composer, person would like to see. Like we want these bitch ass screenshots are really bad. I wish they would not that bad. But that's the thing. Like that's it. You have your timeline with all of your tracks, all of the tracks that you can have. And maybe you say you duplicate one and you just add and you say, well, I want this to double with this other track beat from that other song that I like because it's similar, but it's not exactly the same. So there will be something cool in the transition. Um, so yeah, like for me, that would be the base. I just have the chat front and center, which is why I shared the earlier because it makes sense. And then the top would be just these. Like I have my intro, but it would be like split it into each section. That makes sense. And repeat 1 second. Anyways, they, they. Interesting. So yeah, no, I mean, I don't think, I don't think much, but I don't think most of the things like can be other than this. This is really good because you have your intro, build up, drop, breakdown, anything else if you had like more sections, and you can just type it in. You know, name it, but you can also like add stuff and just define this to make this longer, and maybe the build up needs to have a better transition. If I could type, um, then the drop is not good enough, but that's fine. And you have the breakdown that doesn't change anything, right? If you do that, you can then generate the entire thing with these changes, and it should add up to create the song that you wanted to create. So that makes sense or make more sense. The again, this is like generation and not um reorg. So it's different than what you currently want to do. Again, it's a different thing. But this version is all you need for the simple reason that this is supposed to be um, a simple timeline. Uh, that makes more sense. But yeah, I don't. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think what you're doing right now with having the whiteout at the top with the stars and the things, that's an option. Um, the to me the view here should have uh, like the split of everything. Maybe the timeline at the bottom is the output, and the center part is going to be lyrics, basses, drums, whatever going through. Um, and then just have a chat at the bottom to help you do that. I feel like that's probably going to be good enough. Probably going to be good enough. Yeah, I think that would. I think that could work, or work better. At least work better than um, how do I say that? Than the nodes. The nodes are just not necessarily um, give you anything, to be honest. Like, eh, I don't think that's an option. But again, I don't know. Uh, Personally speaking, painting sounds with my friend in real time is having a jam with instruments at my friend's place. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then you have the recording, the things that happen at the same time. It's not like chat based, and I I understand that some people are getting really excited by things that are not exciting to me, which is absolutely fine. But my perception of DJing, which is having a song, removing some parts or adding some parts, and then adding another song next to that, to follow through and have a nice transition between the two. That's my understanding of DJing, which is probably wrong, but right, that's my understanding. I don't know how you can have fun with your friend of your friend telling you, "Oh yeah, let's put that next." I don't know. That doesn't sound like a thing that would happen to me. That's that's where we are. That's yeah. At least in my head, that's not an option. Uh, that would never happen. And again, that's as I said earlier. That's the reason why I'm saying I don't think I am uh, knowledged enough on this specific topic to help you in any way, um, because my understanding of the thing that you're trying to build or the thing that you're describing is really, really, really limited, and also based on my personal experience as a band member and not as a music creation DJing thing. Like I'm simply in a band and I know how to compose music and how to organize tracks and do the recording and do the whole drafting of the song. But I don't know how to define which one is the next song and what's the transition needs to be, because that's how I perceive DJ in general. So yeah. Like if you tell me that Skrillex is a DJ, that's not true. Skrillex is a composer, and then he present or perform. But a DJ to me is, uh, yeah, a fair DJ type of situation. Like that's not the same stuff. So yeah, that I mean, yeah, cloud agentic things and specifically agentic tools right now are already seeing a decline. The interest of people for agentic stuff has started to fall back down because every time they have tried, they have failed. So that's where we are right now. So yes, we can build upon that. We can build on top and ensure that the thing is still working and so on. But yeah, um, the mm, mm, um, I forgot there was this thing long time ago. Um, there was Flip, uh, which is was still I forgot uh, a music production thing on your phone. And it's a one-time payment. There is no free trial, whatever. You just buy the thing, and it was really good. It gave you a lot of things. It gave you the ability to generate songs and create songs, and like it's a thing. So like you have faders and drum pads, holdings, you know. that's the thing. I don't think I can find that here for sure. Um, yeah, but that's already the case. Which again, that goes back to what I said right here. Like, you don't need any UI. If exactly what you're describing right now is what you want, you do not need a single UI thing. I'm gonna reopen the same thing, but that's it. That's what you need. You don't need more than that. And it's a matter of saying, um, specifically in light mode, probably. Uh, you have your presets, or you have some songs that you want to have, like things that you use often. Like these are the three things that you need, and a chat, and that's it. Like that's it. Maybe you have the waveform above, but based on what you're describing, you don't need more than that. Like that's the thing. Anything else is going to be distraction and going to be annoying and not really good. Then I wouldn't recommend it. Like really, this is the exact layout you need. Nothing else. 3 presets, 3 things for starting a new song, like from the library. Like the most popular 3 songs from the app. The chat so that you can do things, which means that these 3 are not necessary. Once you remove them, this is supposed to go in the center of the fucking page because it makes more sense. And then on the side, you would have your presets and your songs. That's it. Like you don't need more than that. You can just select something, drop it in, and say add something, right? Add medium, add web, add song dot lyrics, add song dot drums. It's just like do that. But they yeah. If you based on this, right? Based on this, because that's the target audience. If I have this in front of me, I'm a DJ. And let's say that this is my reverb. And it's currently set at 20. And you want me to type try reverb at 30 instead of taking the knob and saying no. Like to me this is not an option. Like it doesn't make any sense in my head to get like yeah, I don't listen to any of these, so that's not necessarily what I would do. But yeah. That's good. I can see that I have like 1 pixel at the top that is wrong. Uh, yeah, I don't think this is good, but fine. Shit. Wild. If you go with this, you don't need anything. Like again, the only thing that you need is the fucking chat box. That's it. Um, like that's it. If you do anything else, you will end up with issues. So you don't want to do that. Shit, I forgot about that. Like your main point is going to be ensuring that you have not enough understanding, but enough understanding of the platforms that you want to reach, and that's it. So your two reach are going to be ensuring that you can just have the thing and ask for the thing that you want. Therefore, it's just a chat. Like it's just a text field with nothing in it. And once you have the people just ask, they receive what they have asked for, and you're done. Like that's, I'd say that's the thing. Well, that would be, to me, that would be the thing. You know, it makes sense. And that, I don't know. I don't know. And yeah, no, I'm nothing else. I don't see any vision, but I mean, it's good if you see something. Good if you see something. Yeah, yeah, 100%, 100%. By the way, Chris, about the T app, if you still like it, about the T app, uh, I I think there was something interesting and potential with it, but I think Angels was better. Um, you probably don't know Angels. Don't worry about it. Um, I I think what happened was pretty good for them to get like a big hit of leaks and then showcase that it was a shitty app in the first place, which makes sense. Um, the fact that their initial thing was uh, making sure that the people that they are dating is safe is a good thing. Like, you would want to do that, specifically in the US, because, that's basically where the app exists. And because in the US you have registry. And so you can just check, is it registered? No. Cool. We're good. Do we have a criminal background? No. Cool. We're good. Are we dating the same person? Yes. Fuck. Goddamn. I get it. Right? It makes sense. There is a ton of Facebook groups that are already doing this. And uh, I used to be in some of them when I was in college because we had Facebook groups for basically the environment of the college itself. So we were just in that district of Paris, and therefore we had a Facebook groups for that, so that if for some reason you cross paths with someone in the metro, the subway, and you don't know them, you could just go in that sub Facebook group and say, I crossed paths with you. You had like a red scarf. I thought you were really pretty, whatever, but you were on the other side of the ramp, so I couldn't really reach you. If you see this, I don't know, let's chat. That was a different way of dating and finding someone. What happens is, and what happened, because now this thing is kind of half dead, um, is basically the people that were in there were using the app to say things that was not necessarily true. And because there were no technical checks from the app side, we didn't know if what the person was saying about the guy was absolutely true. So maybe, let's say, I don't know, I have an app that does the same thing, but on the other way, right? It's for men to see if we're dating the same woman. That happens. I don't know. It doesn't exist. I don't care. It probably exists. Anyways, I know that the woman that I'm with isn't um, someone I want to lose, right? I want to stay with them for as long as I can. What do? I go on this app. I'm saying that this person, which is currently my wife, is a cheater, is doing things, trying to take advantage of me, stealing money, whatever, making the worst reputation possible so that any man in the city would never attempt anything. Why not? And then I'm safe. Like, even if she wanted to do anything, maybe the men that are on this app would see that and then say the same thing. That's basically what happened on this one. So, because there were no checks, I don't I don't think it's a good thing. And the main reason why there were no checks is because they were saying the opposite happens from the men to the women's. They're saying that, well, what if the men were lying and then it happens that the women were lying? At the end of the day, I don't really care. I'm not using these dating apps, non-dating apps things. And I think overall, it just, there is a lot of things that just needs to have happened in a way that is um, verifiable. Like, yeah. So Angels was, uh, if it still exists, no, I'm not seeing it. Goddamn. Uh, Angels was basically a different type of app. It was mostly in Paris, so that's probably why it doesn't really exist anywhere else. Which was a safe app if you are in danger. And it's mostly an ephemeral app. So you have this app on your phone, and then if it turns out that you are being followed by someone, or someone is trying to do something to you, you can tap the app, do something. Someone else that is one of the people that are called angels are in like nearby, are coming to you. Like it's just distress signal, and then people that are around that are part of the app were coming to that place. That is feasible here in France because you don't have someone killing you in the streets usually. Whereas in the US, the the moment you tap on something, you get clocked. Like that's an option that can happen. Because guns, things exist. Same thing in the UK. You get stabbed. So, that's one of the reasons. And there was again, it's not like there is a profile thing. No, it's a location based thing that is only activated when there is a distress signal happening. That's it. So that's safe on the instant. And I do understand the fact that someone could be dating multiple people, and then you just want to check. But eh, I wouldn't, based on the design. The fact that I know that this picture is from Unsplash, Unsplash, Unsplash. The fact that I see that these things are not centered in the app at all. Like, how can you miss that? Again, I'm a designer, so I see these things, but god dang, that's a lot. Like it's the opposite. The top section has more space on the right side than on the left side, and then the bottom section has more space on the left side and on the right side. It just makes no sense. Um, but that's a weird thing. And then this thing also is kind of weird to me, where you could have reverse image search. So that basically means that if you just want to stalk someone, you can. If you want to make sure that that person that you are interested in is safe, uh, doesn't have reverse search images and something, you can do that. Like that's kind of weird to me. So I don't know. Um, I I think, and that's personal, people should chat with each other, but in a way that makes sense, not in a way that is fake. And the reason why this app needs to exist is because people are lying. But if you're not lying, you should be good, right? Like, it doesn't cost much to just ask, like, are you dating someone else? Uh, like, I don't care. Just let me know. You know, and then they can answer. And then if they answer truthfully, then you're good. Then if they lie, then that's on them. But I don't. It's just weird. What if the man changes? That's also I read that at the end. I just read that now, which is like 16 minutes after your message was posted. Um, yes, but then again, this is mostly like American, so probably not. But I don't know. I don't think it's a good system. I don't think it could have been good in any ways. Um, yeah, like yeah, no, I don't see the upside. That's the thing. I'm gonna be transparent on this one again. My circle of dating when I was dating heavily was a small ass circle, big ass circle, but small ass circle. Meaning that the bar I used to go to where I met seven of my exes. I don't want to say that we all fucked each other, but we kind of all did fuck each other. Kind of, not exactly, but kind of. So at some point, we kind of knew that, oh yeah, that person was with this person before. that person did something really bad, and now no one touched them, and they are not really welcome in the bar. Um, that person killed their wife, and therefore they're not gonna come back ever because the rest of the men of the bar are taking care of that one as well. Like that's the type of thing that happens. And we were kind of uh, like we knew and we had discussions and we could chat with each other. And I was 19 years old, 20 years old. So I again, to me, it's like if you just chat with the people that you're dating or trying to date or do anything with, I feel like you should be fine. I feel like you should be fine. But then again, um, I think overall, the the system is debatable. System is debatable. Then that's pretty good. But you can see how it is just the timeline. Like there is no nodes. It's just your timeline is right here. It's an horizontal thing. Things are going in horizontal because it makes sense, and you make sure that everything is horizontal. You can have them on a different plane. Also, Jonathan, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? But that's about it. It's an horizontal thing because the time is going horizontal. And then this is really good. This, I don't know. But yeah, why not? But yeah, like that's what I have in my head. Each of the fucking tracks, based on each of the fucking location, horizontally placed, and then you can have them wherever you want. However, with the thing that you have right about here, it implies that you can have this thing at the same level as your vocals, which makes no sense for music creation. Not a single sense. Um, will never do. Will never do. But it's cool. That's a cool concept. Again, would as a past uh, music person, probably would never use that. But underneath it. Also, you are right there. Yeah, I used to be in a band. It's your dad is weird. That's weird to me. You've seen the pictures. You've seen the pics. Every time. Yes. 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 Yes, you have. God dang. But yeah, no, that's weird to me. That behavior is kind of weird to me. It doesn't make any sense. Much. Um, I would need to use it, to be honest. That's what I would say. I would need to use it to make sure that I kind of understand how it works and how uh, the thing is defined and so on. But yeah, um, that happens. You didn't know. Congrats. Telecasters are really known. So yeah. Yeah. Again, as we said, and you probably don't. Ah, I don't think I will find um, them. No. Um, I don't know who made the logo, but it's pretty good. Uh, they are talking about agentic stuff and AI related content, and we work together on the branding and design and so on. Right? That's the reason why I'm saying this. Um, Most of their content is mostly around the fact that they're working on agentic web and agentic AI related content, which makes a lot of sense. What they have seen lately is that in the past few months, um, a lot of people are saying that the agent related content are booming, but also crashing at the same time. The people that have never heard of agents are really happy with it and wants to do anything with it. That's really interesting behavior right here. Um, and want to try them and do stuff with the agent. And the people that have tried the agent are saying that it's shit and it will never work, and they are kind of closing down their apps and content and creations because it just doesn't work exactly as they want it to be. So, with that in mind, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there is something that needs to happen for it to work, but like this is the probable end for most of the AI related stuff. Um, and that's the wrong button, bitch. That's the right button. Um, but yeah, like that's a very interesting situation and very interesting behavior. But if you want to go into mobile creation of music and other potential activities, I have some people that I love for what they are creating that just have built like weird ass thing like that guy. BD Man. BD Man be good. Uh BD Man has done or created this magnificent thing. And this magnificent thing is the entire music that he's creating is built with this monstrosity of iPad and keyboard creation. He is a beatboxer, so everything that is created is going through the mic first and then is passed through the entire system. Everything is on sequential timelines. Again, like everything is horizontally placed, and based on where you place it, they have different effects. He explained the entirety of um, how things works, and Top Scott has done a video about it um, to explain how things work and so on. And Vitamin is really good, and we love what he does. So I would highly recommend you if you want to look at like music creation on weird ass things to either look at Tom Scott videos or look at these bitch ass thing. I have followed what he's done since that show 15 years ago. Yes, yes. So it's been a while, and I've seen everything, the evolution of his initial set with just pedals to the creation of the Birditron um, with the iPads and some of the events that he's done in Berlin that I went to. Really good, really good. We love Birdie Man, but that's a different thing. It's a very very wild setup, and it's a very professional, high level setup of composer again, not not just remixes, and it's nice. It's really nice. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. That's about it. The other thing, like if again, like the whole system of music in general, it is such an horizontal platforms and such an horizontal situation that creating it in a way that is not horizontal makes no sense to any music production related person. Like that, I would have a hard time. I would love to ask Salma about it, White Panther, who is used to be a streamer on Twitch, but is now mostly streaming on YouTube. Anyways, at different times for different actions on the different accounts. Anyways, she used to be a music producer and an artist and a composer, so she has like the whole music theory and all of that. I would love to know what she thought about it or thinks about it. But again, she's a composer. For you, you need someone that is a DJ. So you need to ask people that are DJs, people that are creating sets. And there is a lot of people on Twitch that are DJ sets creators that you could contact and have chat with. Um, and yeah, just to see if if they see the vision, understand what you want to do, you know, like could see the benefits of a tool like this. Because if they don't, yeah, that's yeah, I don't know. Why not? Again, um, again, it depends. Yeah, why not? You can do that for sure, for sure. Yeah, that must have costed a lot. I get it. I get it. Yeah, I don't know. I never heard of that. As in, if you want to be a creator, a music creator in French, you need to have at least 30% of the music in French. I've never heard of that. I mean, I in my whole 3 years of band, I didn't do a single song in French. So yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But you're welcome. I am sorry that I can't help more than that, which is kind of sad. But uh, yeah, I mean, there's such a need for information in order to make sure that you're building something that makes sense. Like going back to where I was earlier in the beginning, um, like most of the things that have happened in my uh, feed lately have been people that have been saying that the thing that I'm building, also my face on the side, you could take a screenshot of that face. That's a perfect icon, Jonathan. That's for you. You can take that screenshot. Do it. Do it. Uh, thank you. The right the fact that people are seeing what I'm doing and they are not seeing much, to be honest, and they are just like, this looks incredible. This one was saying this looks amazing. This one was saying I have so many things and this looks really useful. This one here was saying we definitely need something like this. I'm like, cool. I have validation that this is something that people are looking for. Not necessarily that they are looking for exactly how I'm building it, but so far the replies are pretty, pretty positive and interested and so on. Therefore, I'm interested. Therefore, I'm motivated in working on the thing. I have feedback from the users because they are seeing something, and basically, what they are seeing is basically my face, but also the app itself and how it works and what is supposed to be working, how things are placed inside. I'm probably further down the line than you in terms of product creation so that I can showcase content, but at least I have validation. I make sure that the comment that I'm getting, the tags that I'm getting, all of these are like either positive or not positive. It doesn't really uh, make a difference for me. If I had like negative comment, that would be really good, um, because some people would be like, "Yeah, that like looks like shit. That's not something that I want." And I'm really cool. Thank you. You're the first one. You're the only one from the list of I don't know how many people have said that, but like that's the thing. So I have receipt and I have word from users and I've had user interviews with real people to give me like the feedback that I need to make sure that I'm going in the right direction. And that is the reason why I have more faith in the thing that I'm building than uh, like anything else. Because if I don't see the output, if I don't see the content, if I don't see the hype or the interest from the user base, it's kind of complicated. It is kind of complicated. That's the thing. Um, yeah, what do you mean scraping agentic as a keyboard? Do I have comments in this? No comments in this, goddamn. Um, I want to see the fucking. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Perfect. 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 But yeah, no, overall, I think the thing is potential, has potential. I think some users would benefit from it for sure, for sure. But there is a need for structure. Like you can't just vibe the entire thing without any business related thinking behind it, without any project related thinking behind it. Like it's really really simple. No, it should be. Let me see if it's rigged today. Um, it's probably not. That that is probably missing the target by like, yep, yep, yep. That's sad. So sad. God damn. Uh, golly. Yeah, that's what the, yeah, I agree with that. God damn, that was close. I think the startup is not a Hunger Games. I think startups are the difference in between people that have vision, marketing, business, and product knowledge. And some people have just product knowledge. Some people have just business knowledge, but no product. Some people have just marketing knowledge, but nothing of the rest. And some people are just a vision, but no idea of how the product is supposed to be. I feel like, please tell me that's wrong, but I feel like right now you have a vision, not the rest. And so, again, I have an advantage because I've been building product for so long. I have product, I have business, I don't have marketing, and I have vision. I'm just missing marketing. That's it. The business model is something that makes sense in my head. That's something that I have been taught by my dad very early on. The vision of how things can go is basically ensuring that you can see the thing that you're building at 1 year, 3 years, 16 years in the future. 16 years is kind of far off, but like, well, usually reaching for like 5 to 8 years. Nowadays, it's mostly like 3 years. Um, but seeing what could evolve, what is the direction in which you want to go, and like the product and the creation is the mix of the vision and the product. You know how to do the today, you have the vision for the tomorrow, but you can see with your vision, you can see the product tomorrow. You know exactly how it's going to go. And based on all of that, you can combine these with the business. So that is what I have. Right now, I feel like you have the vision. You have a bit of a business thing with your $2.99. But that's not like business. That's just pricing, which is different. And then marketing, I don't have heard much. And product, which is like user research and understanding of the market and so on, I don't see much. I see stuff because you're chatting and explaining things, but I don't have much. That's kind of the situation. Um, yeah. Uh, but yeah, if you don't have all of the tools that you need in order to have a startup that is successful or at least sustainable, it's not Hunger Games. It's just like skill issue. That's fine. Like sometimes there are things that are not for everyone. Um, yeah, if you can get a marketing and a salesperson that will change your life. Like for me, I would need a salesperson. That's the only thing. I have the business, but I don't have the sales. Even though sales is tied with marketing. So these bitch right here, I need it. I can't right now. I don't have enough cash. I mean, I do, but I don't want to burn the cash that I have for the marketing. Not yet. Soon. And again, the organic marketing that I'm doing, if I'm pricing my app correctly based on the current user base potential that I have, and thank you, they have re-entered the chain that I was looking at last time, and I'm sad because I'm broke now. Uh, um, but yeah, based on the user base and based on the feedback that I've received right now, it seems that the roughly 1 million slash 2 million ish roughly active potential people that would be using the app, based on how much I price the thing, active, not like just testing, um, it means that I could, well, not make. roughly 500k, 800k ish, uh, with this last project potential, right? Based on the use case, the target audience is much better than the previous app that I have made. Just research, well, kind of in that range. I'm not saying that it's going to be like 800k in like a year. It's probably going to be 800k in like 6 years, roughly. But that's something, and that's enough for me to be sustainable and successful. That's the thing. They are reintroducing this one. I like this one a lot. It's spiky, and they just redropped it, which I like. And then they have reintroduced this one, which I like a lot as well because it's simple. The thing is, my chains are turning often, so um, yeah, yeah. I basically covered my costs. The cost of um, subscriptions to Cursor, Cloud, and all of that, and I covered my cost of Apple platform, like the $100 per year situation that is covered, and then I made something like $16 on top of that. So that's kind of sad. Um, but yeah, I covered the cost and the cost only. So it paid for itself, and now I need to pay $100 again for next year round of Apple platform. So that's going to be November, and that's going to be reducing my paid for itself thing, sadly. So I need to add more features, promote it a bit more, but now I'm building the fucking secondary app, which I don't think you heard of. I'm building a new thing. That seems to be like way more interesting for people. And based on current pricing model that I have, it seems to be a very good option. So I'm building this thing, which is called Prefume or Perfume, which is your preference in perfume. And so maybe you are looking for perfume, you are into that, and you want to know, you know, what you have in your collection and what you could wear today. So, for example, right now it's the evening. I have this thing in my collection that I haven't tried just yet, and I need to try it out. So I can just get in it, take a bit of a look at the description of the perfume, and then I can start a testing session and saying, well, I just sprayed it on me. It smells this way. I like it. I don't like it. Whatever. And once I have this, I have or I end up with um, a timeline of what happened during the day. So I started right about here. I added it to my inventory, and then I spread it. Smelled really like church, but kind of greeny, but not really, but kind of, but it's interesting. And then after 2 hours, it was still strong with the wood that was still there. Then after at the end of the day, it was really nice. I really liked it. I would wear it again, as I said right here, and um, and it's pretty good. And maybe I will wear it another day, and just getting in there. And the goal of that is to help me to track what I have in my perfume collection, but also try or track what I've tested, what I thought about it, what I tested it, and then maybe try it again and see if it's different. Or the main issue that I have um, is when someone is, so that is, that was so fun. Uh, when someone is asking me in the street, oh, you smell so good. What's you wearing? What's your perfume? What's your thing? I don't fucking know. I use testers, so I have nothing. I don't know the names. But now I can just pull up my phone, look at the thing. I have the name. I have what they have in it. I know where it's been, like where it has been created, where it's available potentially. I don't know yet. We'll see. And like I can recommend stuff, and then based on that, I can do some things in discovery. Right now, I can't because it's shit. But I could go in discovery and say, well, based on the thing that I do like, here are the base recommendation that we have, and in my analysis, I would add my personal analysis of all the perfume that I have, all the one that I like a lot, the one that I didn't like, why, what were the reason for these things, and so on. And that started on the yeah, not on the first, but like on the yeah, no, on the first, on the first, on the 21st, 2 weeks ago. Um, but yeah, um, yeah, kinda. The thing is, it's just a personal thing, so it's not like shareable. I mean, it would be, but it's not shareable per se, and it's just like a personal thing for you to hold, like a journaling app, basically. So yeah, yeah. If you are in there and you're like, oh yeah, I really like this one, which is true, I can just add this. Going through from my phone to the Mac is really bad. Um, And so what that does as well, that's the thing that I was working on today. Um, the entire thing is currently right now, good job. I'm building like an algorithm system to ensure that I can properly recommend something to the user based on so much. So right now, I can't zoom in, sorry, I forgot about that. Right now, what I have is ensure that yeah, right now, this present moment, at this time today, I have recommendation based on obviously the user collection, but the weather situation, the preference of the user based on past experience, the season, so basically your time, the context. If we know, that's a thing for a bit later. But if we know that the user needs to go into uh, a date based on calendar, then we might go with something a bit more fruity, spicy, sexy type of thing. But um, the overall thing of like on the other side, if it's going into like a meeting, maybe we're gonna go really clean, really not overpowering. Uh, it's still there, but it's not there. You know, you smell good, but you don't like feel the room. And so that's the thing. Then the interaction, if you wear it a lot, not a lot, um, and and a choice that the user has made based on the proposition. So the app is recommending something and say, well, today you should try this thing. And then they try something else. We know that as well, they didn't follow through our recommendation. So there is something that is not good in there. Let's just accommodate and keep that on the side. Let's see if that happens again on something else and see the reason. So that's the idea. However, no, prices and availability will not be in the app because the app is not a discovery app. It is a journaling app for yourself. So you have a collection. You know that you have 60 bottles of things and you have access to these 60 bottles and that's it. And we might say you may be interested in other perfumes like this one that you already have in your collection that is currently rated like 5 out of 5 favorites at top of the class, and you have worn it 6 times in the past months, for example. But I don't want to have like buying options, social options, anything that is link outside of the phone. Like basically everything is on device or whatever. I don't care. Like I don't touch it. You don't touch it. Anyone else that is not your phone, don't touch it. Basically, unless you export the data. And when you export the data, you just get the information, not necessarily the thing that are tied to you. That's the idea so far. To be checked. But yeah, I don't want prices and availability. I just want prices, how much I paid for it. Because if I have a perfume that is um, 600 bucks, right? And it's some sort of a really it's a good perfume, but it's also 600 bucks, and for the price, it might not be really worth it. So I might rank it down. Maybe there is something in the price, like price per performance. Yeah. Price performance comparison thingy that would give me a hint as the app saying, well, this user really like this thing, but they ranked it really low because of the price. And so based on that, the app could say, well, you did like this, and maybe you could try this potentially because it smells similar. It has the same notes, has the same system, but you need to try it out. So that's the thing. But yeah, that's what I'm working on. That's what I've been working on the uh, past 2 weeks. The fact that it's been 2 weeks only, and that it's already in Xcode Cloud, it's already almost working entirely for the recommendation section. And then the only thing that I need to do after that is link the payment system and link the design. I need to do the fucking design for this because right now I'm making it work as fast as I can. Um, and yeah, that's pretty impressive. Um, the only thing that is sad for me is I will have no content to post once I have finished the app. Like I would need to build a new app again, or work on something different and talk about it. But yeah, because also the one of the reason and one of the things that I'm doing is this is one of the challenges that happens where we basically had the uh, the challenge of post an at least 30-second video per day every day for 30 days and see what happens. That's the plan. So right now we are on day 9 officially. Um, it's been like 12 videos or 11 videos, um, but like these two don't count. And of already, I've gained 20 something followers. The people that are in the comments are really interested by the app, and there is traction around it. So that's pretty good. And we'll see how it goes. But that's the challenge for me, for myself, for everything. Um, and I'm also doing that like it's August 8th, and it's the 8th video, so I'm just on time with the whole ones. So it's kind of easier for me. But yeah, that's the ID, that's the current app system. And tomorrow I'm going to work on the algorithmic system for the location-based relationship. As I was saying at the beginning of the stream, basically, what happens is in France, the type of perfume that I can wear are very different than in Japan. So if I'm in Tokyo, for example, the perfume that I have today, never wear that unless I'm going to a very, very date night thing. But um, the perfume that I wear in Tokyo, I probably would wear them in like family reunion type of situation, not too important meetings, like day-to-day like life in France. But even then, not probably not. Like the one that I have, which is Deep Teak, the clean one, I forgot the fucking name. Um, that's a very clean perfume that is really good for Japan, but I don't like it that much, but it's really clean, so I'm fine with it. You know, that's the thing. Um, they have a project CTO signed to me. Oh, you forgot an A. Assigned to you. I see. uh, cool. What's the yeah? Don't worry, I got that. What's the concept if you can vaguely talk about it? A new project. Buy a new keyboard. Yes, for sure. For sure. God damn. Sorry, I'm impressed. I'm so impressed. But yeah, I want to know now. Also, dev your first project is pretty. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I have to say. Build something that you want to do. Yeah, that's the thing. It's there for people who collect recycling material, find where to sell it for fair price. So, like, you collect plastic bottles for recycling, and you want to find a place that recycle plastic bottles that would pay you back for what you bring. Like the people that get copper out of wires to resell copper. This type of situation. That's pretty cool. Um, yeah, that's pretty cool. I have an ID. I see. I see. That's a pretty simple thing. Yeah, people that steal copper, Germans that recycle bottles, keep their bottles, and so on. Uh, yeah, but that's good. Like even if it's not your first development, I feel like it's pretty good to get like an overall output of something that makes sense to you or would make sense to you, like that type of thing. But yeah, also, damn, your next startup ID is supposed to, that would be the best option, to be linked to you in a way that makes sense to you. So again, um, I'm gonna open that because it's gonna be way better, way faster. I learned Japanese. I was pissed by this one because this one was creating things or is currently giving me things that I have no fucking interest in. So right now, this one is making plan to go out. Cool, I get that. That makes sense. This one was describing a wedding. I'm not planning on getting married. I'm not planning on helping anyone get married, and I'm not planning on discussing weddings with anyone. So I have no fucking interest in this. Therefore, I don't like it. I just skipped the fucking thing. And because of that, I built Can. And so Can is my own app because I'm interested in this thing to get better Japanese situation. And so that's my startup ID. And then from there, I travel to Japan often when I can. I mean, less now, but I usually travel often. And therefore, I build this thing to bring my finds to you. So if you are interested in learning things in Japan, things to do, like bars, restaurants, places, and so on, like cafe that are pretty good, you can use this app to have recommendations served to you by me based on things that was a second ID. Not necessarily good, but still pretty nice. Interesting app design, interesting activities and things. It's just kind of broken because of how things work. But like it's a thing. It's okay. You have a nice navigation bar at the bottom. That's what it is. But that's the ID. And then now I've been interested in perfume in the past year or so, and therefore I'm currently building an app that is targeted to me because I'm looking to get more information about the perfume that I'm trying, building a thing that is going to help me. So for you, if you're trying to build something or find something to build and you don't know yet exactly what you want to have, I would recommend looking at your interest. If you have hobbies, if you have activities that you like to do, if you have friends that do things, if you are into clubs and they have stuff that just don't work, um, is then do that, you know. Um, oh, cool. You're right. I just read your message. Congrats. That's pretty cool. So you basically have the vocabulary throat thingy, the tongue thing, but in nodes. I know you like nodes, so that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, like again, the I would. This is a very personal thing, and it seemed to be uh, most of the time, at least to me, it has been validated by other people. The startups that I've seen succeed are the startups of people that have been building something in hopes to build something, not in hopes to make money. It's just they are so into the thing, they have been obsessed by the content, by the idea, by the creation, that the thing that they are building is just so good. And the output just makes it so good that the people that are looking at it are like, oh yeah, that looks like a team that I want to work with. That looks like a product that seems really good for my business. That looks like something that I would use. But if you are going into the creation of the startup, the creation of the content, the creation of whatever, with hopes to make money, become famous, you usually crash. You can make it, can happen. But most people that I've seen that are just targeting the success, the financial success, usually not make it. The only one that I've seen make it is because the thing that they love to do is the selling or the 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 fact of making money. That's what get them up. And they only do that. They don't care about what it is. They just love to make money. That happens. Some people, not me, but that happens. Uh, in which case they do whatever the fuck they want, and they will make money anytime because what they love to do is make money, and they know exactly how to do so. So yeah. If you want like a new startup idea, I think you better try something you like to do, or something that you are interested in, or something that you see a pain point to fix. Like, I mean, very not biased. I saw pain points in Duolingo and other Japanese apps about that. I saw pain points in fragrance related apps. I built mine. I saw pain points in travel guides. I built mine. I saw pain points in software number one that you haven't seen yet. I built mine. I saw an issue with something else that we discussed with Denny on stream. I built mine. Just because I see the point, I see the thing, I see how I can make it better. I make it better. Is it working? Is it really that much better? Yes. No. No. Trash. Yes. I can work on it. Um, I also have no job. Yes. Not biased at all. At all. Not a single biases right there. And the lottery or like the lotto here is not necessarily something that is good. Um, but yeah, it's also like it's a bigger chance than building an app for sure for succeeding because goddamn. Techie, hi, welcome back. How have you been? It's been. How long has it been? Let me check that. Since March. God damn. God damn. It's been more. So yeah, that's the main thing. If you really want to make something, if you really want to make like a startup that works, it needs to be second nature for you. Um, like I, I know it's unhealthy what I'm about to say. I wake up, I think about the app. I take a shit. I'm testing the app while I'm taking a shit. I go back to my computer. I fix the thing that I saw that was broken. I eat something. I come back here. I work on the app. I go to bed. I think about the app. I wake up. I think about the app. That's the type of obsessed situation that kind of makes sense to make sure that the output, the thing that you have, is good. Like, I'm currently working on this. I have no brain power for this one. And since I've been working on this one, I had no brain powers for this one. And while I was working on these two, I had no brain power for the other one that you can't see because they are on desktop. Like that's the thing. But when I have an ID, yeah, I make way too much. Uh, when I have an ID and it seems to be good, and the people that I'm talking with or to about the ID are hyping me up, making sure that they see things, um, and have like a good understanding of the vision, a good understanding of what should happen. That the understanding that I have of their pain point is 100% there, even higher sometimes. I'm like, cool, I'm on the right track. I'm doing the thing properly. It's supposed to be good. The last thing that I need to have is a place on the App Store. That's it. That's all I need. So as soon as I can do that, there is a success, as in at least 100-ish people are gonna download the app. That's for sure. Uh, and then yeah, again, like first, uh, first app ever created. Beta testing, test flight, 1,100 users, 2 weeks. Like that's what happened because the people that I talked to were interested in the app. Like more than 1,000 users in 2 weeks is crazy. That's the first thing. And then beta testing for like a month, ensuring that everything was clean. Release, and now we have roughly 2,000-ish users uh, that are in there, which is fine. Like I'm not talking about it because I'm working on the other one. So yeah. And right now, right, the app, the nav bar is really fun and we love to play with it and so on. But on this one, I'm just doing the functional. I want the thing to work. So it needs to be working. So yeah. Um, I think that's one of the reasons as well that I don't fear this techie is current state. Also, this app is so much better in light mode, specifically when I'm in sand situation for the perfume that I had. Um, the this app doesn't have a back end. This app doesn't have a back end, and this app doesn't have a back end either. So none of these are running with API or anything. Like there is this one has Apple Map situation, so there is like a check with the Apple API. This one is everything on device, and this one is going to be everything on device, as much on device as I can. So I don't care. Like the app can scale as much as it need, and everything is still going to run through. That sounds geeky. Everything is still going to run because that's how it works. Like it's just on your device. That's that is really good. I wish I had an API for this though. I wish I did. I wish I did because that is gonna be a pain. Um, yeah. Hmm. See, for example, I'm reading the text at the top, and I had fucked up something. I forgot something. Um, yeah. Like the reason why I'm saying that I don't fear the user base is because here we don't or we do need um like the data is on the phone, and if the user base is growing, then it's just on the phone, on the user phone. If I had an API for this, which I want to have, but I can't, that was going to be a bit more tricky for sure. But it's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine with it. But yeah, this whole thing is pretty much nice. Anyways, um, anyways, I think I'm gonna send you to Bubs because it's been years. And she's painting. That's nice. It's been a while. Um, yeah, I know. I just don't. I mean, it wouldn't be my API, it would be someone else's API that I just get access to that already has like a massive amount of users. So that would be fine. That would be fine for me. Um, I am sending you to Bubs. Bubs has been live for a while, so I don't know how long she's gonna stay, but she's just painting Bubs as always. And it's been a while since we went there. I'm really happy to see that she has 300 viewers right now, which is really nice. When we discovered her, she had like 20, so that's a nice thing. And yeah, as always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube. If you have a question and I'm not live, you can ask them on this call. And I shall be back on Monday. As always, if you want to learn Japanese, you can. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary, as always.
Mom?
A UI kit is much more appreciated. And yeah, I'm crazy, or not crazy, but like I'm sad that no one had
Lizard.
anything, and it's sad,
Lizard.
you know,
Lizard.
that goddamn. Anyways, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you soon. 1Z. Bye.
Lizard.